We on? We good? Hello? Okay. Good morning. Get set up. Let me get set up here. Hello, welcome in. Good morning. Just trying to get set up here real quick. Whoops. Okay. We good? Okay, we're good. What's the refactor? The refactor's done. It's done. We spent several streams on it. Probably take my name off of the off of the chat feedback thing. The refactor was refactoring my colonist task system into two kind of separate systems, a colonist task system and then also just a generic interact action system. Because I realized all of the colonist tasks are things I probably just want any NPC to be able to do regardless of their colony standing. Probably. And I still need to commit it and I still need to test it, but I'm pretty sure it's done. So we're gonna move on to other things today, which is probably hauling stuff. Probably hauling stuff. Okay, so we need a colonist. I typed in colonist. That's not what spawns the colonists. Contrary to popular belief. Oh god, he's in the shitty spot. Okay. Okay, join my colony. Do task. I don't know, can I see any mushrooms from over here? Boy, it sure would be great if I could. Okay, I need you to not get your pathfinding fucked up here. Nope, nope, see, you did what I didn't want you to do. Okay, come here. No, okay. Come here. Can we walk down this way? Okay. Okay. You good, bro? Okay, he's good. He's following me. There's a mushroom. Go get it. He got it! Yay! Okay, so the refactor is done, I think. We still need to test all the other things, but this is actually working. It is actually working. Okay, come here. Let's try something a little bit better here. I need to find better... I need a patch of mushrooms. Why is there no mushrooms in this forest? That's a hole. That's a hole. Did I see a mushroom there? There's a mushroom there. Okay. Forage within radius 5 meters. Okay. Yes, we got here. That's good. That's good. What's my task look like? Task is in progress. The interact action is anew, so there is another one somewhere that we should be picking up as well. Interact actions. Oh, that's the delegate. I was like, what is that status? Unbound? I didn't write that status. No, that's the delegate, not the actual status. Okay. And we succeeded on the process interact action. That is exiting, but we should go back into it now. Okay. Oh, there's another one. Nice. It's working. Okay, the refactor is done. I think it's safe to say the refactor is done. I just need to test Arginth, hello, welcome in. Okay, come hither. We need to find some mushrooms that I can create a... Grats, thank you. It's been, what was it, like a week? We got to, it was Refactor 2, the refactoring part 4, the finale part 2. That's how long it took. Sure. Okay, we have some mushrooms here. I need some that I can actually target with an area. Okay, built the area there. Come here. So now we are going to... What are we doing here? We're going to do task forage within area 1. Okay. Boom. Okay, yeah, let's take that off. You got him. Easy peasy. We're done. Now I need to figure out why this is broken. My tasks are not showing up. No, they are not. We're done. We are done. Cilantro rice. Thank you for the leaf and mushroom. Very kind of you. Okay, I think I want to commit this. This is a very committable thing that I've got here. Yeah, and get rid of all these fucking breakpoints, I think. Oh, likely hit some more somewhere. There's a breakpoint. Okay, and I was thinking I wanted to do some inheritance with the tasks. Especially when I start to build some more. I think I want to... Ooh, should I do a little bit more? Kind of want to do a little bit more. Then I have to retest everything. But it sets me up for success in the future. Ooh. We're already doing that. We're good there. Yeah, I like this. We're looking good. We are looking good. This is the part that I think I want to... be inherited, and then I think this static build forage task should be a just build task. I guess it needs to be, it's going to be blueprint callable. Yeah, how do you, can you change the category on a inherited function? I don't think so. I don't think you can. That's kind of frustrating. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I've spent the past, I think, 5 streams at least refactoring my colonist task and interaction system. And it's finally done. Now it all works. Everything's good. Maybe I should commit it here just so I have like a stable commit. Just so I have like a stable commit. Yeah, it's a lot. It was a big one. See how many files we got here. 62 files. Oh my god. That's probably my largest commit. That's probably my largest commit in this code base. Don't do this at home, kids. We get an overview of what your recent task was. Sure. So I was building out, let me pull up some relevant files here. I was building out this colonist task system. And here's what the task looks like. Pop that over there. Here's a task queue right here. Here's what the task is. Now there's an interact action on here now. What is in this interact action used to just be directly on the task. This is like what is doing the task, what you should interact with, status, location you should move to, the rotation, focal location, acceptance radius, that kind of stuff. That was just all a part of a colonist task. A colonist task is something like construction, forage, chop trees, that kind of stuff. You know, where's my guy at? Where'd he go? Okay, we're gonna spawn a new one because he keeps running back to the hill that has bad pathfinding on it. Okay, there's a new one. There's a new one. So let me plop down some things to construct. Here's a colonist task. I can go to him, be like, hey, join my colony, welcome aboard, get to work. Instruction, within radius. Forever. And so there's like, I think the first two are within radius, so now he's going to construct. Uh-oh. This is still happening. Okay. Oh, I need to change instruct handler to return bool. Yes. Okay, so there was one thing we left out that we still need to do. So we're still good. No, we're not. Never mind. Okay, but that should be somewhat of a... see, this is why I need the inheritance. That would have solved this. But that is a colonist task. Now, I was realizing that this, because that all happens through the state tree, I was realizing that I probably just want any NPC to be able to, you know, go forage a mushroom or go construct something, even if they don't belong to like a particular colony, right? So the flow that I was doing for these interactions needed to change. The interface functions that I use for my interaction interface needed to take in a payload, because the things that have interact logic on them, they just needed more information. As to, I was struggling to handle all the different scenarios from the perspective of the thing being interacted with, because the thing being interacted with didn't have all the data. So I was like, okay, I could pass the colonist task there, but that doesn't make sense, right? They shouldn't, these individual things shouldn't care about the colonist task for the most part. And then that's when I realized, yeah, I should probably split these two concepts, like an interaction happening in the world where, you know, just an NPC is interacting with a mushroom, a tree, a rock, you know, a building. That should be separate from a player giving a command to a colonist and saying, I want you to go interact with every mushroom within a certain radius, right? The colonist task is kind of like a series of one or more interact actions. That was the refactor. And it required a lot of battling the engine, it turns out. Because some difficulties I ran into were the state. I wanted to use instant structs for this at first, for the interact action, and the state tree made it very difficult to use those because I cannot bind. There's a thing called a state tree property ref, and that's how you can bind a reference within a state tree. And that's nice. So you can pass a reference around to all the different tasks, and then they can modify it. That's nice. I was like, okay, I'm just going to use that. But you can't do that with instant structs. The syntax is literally invalid because it's like a nested template. You can't do that. That was one challenge. Another challenge was figuring out how to get the colonist task system to listen to certain events that happen on the interact action. These are when the interact action status changes. And the way I was binding the delegates was kind of weird because I needed to bind references. And it threw me off the scent of what was actually the issue, which was when you add to an array, you add a copy into the array. So I didn't have the updated thing. So I needed to just bind after I added into the task queue. Seems like a pretty versatile AI task module. I assume it's expandable for the future. Yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully, we'll see. I've only got 2 tasks working, or two different tasks being handled right now. I will be working on hauling next, so we'll see how that goes for that. Like perhaps protect colony from the south. That's like there's a lot more behavior in that than just protect colony from the south. Like that's an entire new thing. That would be an entire new thing. Patrol 2 locations. That could be one, but it's more like an interact action. It's just like a single thing. Go and interact with a thing in the world, right? That's it. It could be another NPC. It could be some environment object. It could be terrain. It could be, dig terrain. Could be a building. Could be a container. Could be a human player, And then the colonist task is just like I have like a kind of set of predefined versions of those in my head. What I want the tasks to be capable of. And that's like mining, crafting, tree chopping, construction, cooking. These all have different skill levels and stuff and different logic, and there'll likely be a series of different interact actions. But patrolling could be one of those, right? That would fit there. Something like protect colony from the south seems like an entire new concept to me. But that you might be able to represent that in the game by just saying patrol 2 locations in the south, right? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. So for the forge handler, I'm like returning true and stuff here. Because I am updating as success. Do I do that in the construction? If within area. Yeah, so I mean, I would just get to here. No more buildings to construct. So I guess the difference is this marks it as failed. And the construct handler marks it as success. I don't know that distinction is super important at the moment, whether it's succeeded or failed. And what logic I have for succeeded or failed. It's slightly different in each one. Let me continue with the okay, let's do the inheritance thing. Well, no, I said I was going to commit. We're going to commit, then I'll do it. We're returning true there. Full completed. If we have not completed, then we want to bind to the status change, and that's why that happened. So rebuild there, and then I think this is the commit. If entity is valid. I guess, yeah, I'm not doing anything with the entity other than passing it into other things. Whereas with this guy, what am I using entity for here? I mean, also the same. Also the same, so I kind of want to just delete that from here. It's not valid, we can still do everything. We can still do all the things and probably be fine. Get over there. Colony data, yeah, we need that for the buildings. Proxy data, what am I using? Oh, we're not even using proxy data in here anymore. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, now let's try to construct some stuff. Okay. Did that spawn something? Okay, there we go. Is he on the, he's on the stupid, you know what? New seed. I don't like this seed anymore. New seed, 516, 517. We got a nice red zone right next to us. Ooh, a zone entrance chunk right there. A little break in the mountains. Ooh, and it's a big mountain zone. I like it. I like it. Now, the green zones are a little boring. They're pretty flat. Where'd I spawn at? Right on the edge. Right on the edge. Okay, where's our guy? Hopefully he spawns on this side of the mountain. Bro, I swear I swear I click spawn and it doesn't happen sometimes. Okay, there's our guy. Okay. Are you capable of following me? No, you've spawned on a nav island. Oh my god. Okay. Try again. He probably spawned on the other side of the mountain. Okay, this might be a bad seed for testing. Okay, surely you can't. Oh no, he's gonna be on a nav island too, isn't he? Come here. Oh no. Oh my god, of course he spawned on that little tiny sliver. You know, I should change that spawner to just spawn wherever my character is looking. That would be nice. Okay, construction. Within radius. Forever. Okay, we are successfully doing it now. So he should not build those other two because they are outside the radius. Nice, good job. Good job. So yeah, I think I want to commit that. Let's commit this. 62 files. Okay, refactor colonist task system into I'll say refactor colonist tasks and interaction interface to use interact actions. 62 files. Commit anyway and push. Yay, it's done. Okay, one thing I want to do before I get working on the next bit is I want to do a little bit of inheritance on these task handlers. Because there is none. Well, and I guess the handle task status change is already an inheritable thing. 'Tis an inheritable thing. So I think what we want now is just build a build task function. Bool build task. Now it's a little annoying that I can't change the name. And I'm gonna assume, I bet you can't do static blueprint native events, can you? You can't, I'm gonna guess you can't do static virtual. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense, does it? Is there virtual static? No. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, that's why I wasn't doing that. Okay, what are my options? Okay, I need to make a wrapper. Yeah. I need to make a wrapper. Yeah. So this can be a blueprint native event. Build task. Cool. Return true. Let me put a comment here. Returns whether or not the task to handle is completed. Which theoretically I should just be setting the status on the task. Like that should be whether or not it's completed. I'll think about that in a second. I will think about that in a second. Why are you... Oh yeah, I need to just add const onto there, I suppose. Okay, so then going into construct handler, we are still going to have that. Then we are also going to override build task. And let's put that at the top. Put that at the top. And then from in here, we are going to return build construct task. Yeah, that's pretty. That's nice. What's your PC spec? I have a 7700X and 3080 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM. Okay, and so handle task status change. I'm going to just take all of this, and I think most of this can just go in the parent, the base class. Oh, that was build task. Oops. Put it there, and then this should go at the top. Honestly, should handle task go at the top? I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. And so this just becomes build task. So now this is all generic now. This is all generic. Then I can even do this. Auto colony data equals u entity utils get entity from context, get entity data from context, u colony entity data entity context object. Ooh. Then we can delete all of that. Well, we can't actually. We can't actually, because I still need the rest of it. So actually, that's not even worth. It's not even worth it, really. Not even worth it, actually. I see why I did that now. Past me was right. Past me was right. Okay. Did you build your PC specifically for game development, or is it more for playing games? Neither. Like I've had this PC in various forms for the better part of 15 years. I've just always had a PC. So I never built it for like a specific purpose. Okay, so now we can just delete this. Yay, less code. Same with the forge handler. Same thing. It's doing the same code. Now all I need to do in here is implement build task. Return build forge task. Perfect. Perfect. So now these are like super duper nice. These are super nice. And yeah, if we don't have colony data here, I'm gonna do update colonist task. Let's say u colony utils update task status. What's your freight there? Task failed. Yeah, so we want to just do that, I think. And then, you know, at that point, do we need the bool? Do we need the bool? I don't know. I don't think we do at that point, you know. And so we update task status. We would process the queue. Skip that. Probably skip that. We would go here. We would set interact action to null. Have you checked out that new Chinese game that came out recently? What do you think? Bro, I feel like that could apply to so many things. You're gonna have to be more... I mean, no, I haven't checked out any games recently. Although I don't know what game you're talking about, so... Okay, so that should be good. Void. Yeah, change it to void. Change it to void. Black Myth Wukong. I feel like that came out like over a year ago. Yeah, and then that won't need to... And this just turns into an else. No, I haven't checked it out. Have not. Okay, yeah, change that to void. Then we're just going to look at the output task status. And then handle task status change, build task will be completed equals let's do something like that. Can I do like a dot contains or something like that? I hate that here, we'll do this. T array of, or T set of E colonist task status completed statuses. Succeeded. Come on. Task failed. What is the other one? Task succeeded. Come on, Copilot. I expect more from you. Be completed. Okay, we'll do that contains the current status. Yeah. Okay. So now that's good. Now we just need to make sure that we change everything else here. So that needs to go back to void. IGS Ghost, hello. Good morning. How are you? There we go. We don't need to return anymore. I do that in the first one. We don't need to return anymore. Okay. Nothing. Return true. So we just change that to return. Forage. Void. Now we are returning from the filter function here. So ignore that one. Return here. We have updated the task status there. Return there. We've updated the task status there. Now I am returning false here. Now we just do an else instead. No need for a return there. And I did that on the last one, correct? Yes. Yes? Okay. So all the tasks have statuses when they should return. That's going to be an important concept now. The build, blank task function needs to update, needs to set the status on the task to handle. It has to. Just got home from a celebration. My brother asked his GF to marry him. Question mark? I don't know. Congrats? Question mark? Okay, I guess let's rebuild and make sure that still works real quick. And then we'll push one last refactor to the refactor. Am I doing today? I'm feeling quite dandy because the refactor is over. It's done, everything is working, we're back to where we started. So it's a good day. So I guess that means I'm going to be working on hauling soon. Once this gets rebuilt and we verify everything still works. Oh, you meant the parentheses. A little bit of C++, of course, a little bit. Project's only 80% C++, so just a little bit. Okay, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling my confidence is sky high. Okay, let's get a new seed. Preferably one where I don't spawn on the side of a mountain. I'm recovering from an ER visit yesterday. They resurfaced floors upstairs and the fumes came down into my apartment. Oh, dude, that's so annoying. And you had to go to the ER, huh? Dude, that's great. That sounds lawsuit material. Sounds like lawsuit material. Congrats on the settlement. Okay, I did indeed spawn on the side of a mountain. Now, this looks like a great seed. This is actually I love this seed. This is a great seed. But this is actually kind of bad for testing because now all my guys are going to spawn on the side of a mountain. I love your landscape generation. Thank you. Yeah, this is a good one. I love when you get some nice variance in both textures and terrain noises, that's when it really shines. Most of the seeds are pretty flat, but, when you get a nice combination of things, it's pretty sick. Oh, and there's this little noodle here. Wow, that goes all the way out there. That started there and it came out here, which is interesting. Because if you're in this zone, and you just build up to that cave, you will end up in the next zone, which is fun. Okay, I need an actual seed I can test with, though. So I actually kind of want the flat seeds. Again, again, a mountain. This looks great, dude. You're a solo dev? I am, yep. kind of feel like the noise is actually in the same location. Why does that feel like the same exact noise? Hang on. Okay, so we're gonna focus on this mountain right here. Focus on this mountain right here. Am I not moving the individual terrain noise per seed? Or is it just coincidence that there's two mountains here? Does that not look like the same mountain? Now you have to ignore the borders. The borders would be different. Flat's not working anymore? No, just haven't gotten any. Haven't gotten any. Okay, so there's a mountain there and right here. The smaller one's right there. That looks very similar, right? Am I crazy? Where would I look to, let's see, where would I look to figure that out? I should be adding on, I wonder, ooh, you know what I bet? Hang on. Height map generator. Do I not forward the offset to the compute shader? Am I not forwarding the offset? Don't I have an offset parameter here? Oh, interesting. I'm not seeing an offset parameter here. Yeah, so I think the height map noise is in the same position for every seed. And I never really noticed it with the smaller noise because it's all everywhere anyway. Interesting. So anytime I spawn at 0, 0, and there's that large mountains noise, I'm going to spawn on the side of a mountain, which I have been feeling that has been happening a lot. Where is I do have the world offset. I have this world map offset that I should be using. Where else is that used from? It's used in terrain chunk. Oh, I only use it for the 3D noise gen.
Hello.
Hello? Who is that? Imaginary villain. No, it's not.
Why are you running?
Welcome in. Thank you for the
Why are
raid.
you running?
There go Terry. Put it reverse, Terry.
Reverse, Terry.
Put it reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Ladies and
Welcome
gentlemen,
in. How was your stream?
we got him.
What the dog doing?
How was your stream? What did you work on today? What did you work on today? I'm having a good stream because my refactor is basically finished that I've been working on for like the past week. I'm so ready to be done with it and move on. Haven't learned about const yet. How did you learn the library function for UE5? Well, const is a C++ thing. Constant just means that if there's a function on a class and it's marked as constant, it means it can't change any of the variables on the class. Is all that means. Yeah, we're working on what am I working on today? So I just got done refactoring like my entire colonist task system and whatnot. And I was going to do some testing, but I needed to find a seed, a nice seed that's flat. But then I started realizing But I think I'm not shifting my noise at all in my terrain generation, because there's 2 seeds back to back here. It's at 519, 518. If you look at 518, it's we still get that same big mountain here. And yeah, you have to ignore the border mountains. But yeah, I realize that I'm not actually offsetting my height map noise, which is an issue for some of the noise parameters. So yeah, I spawn on the side of a mountain again. Oh, Mart's here. Oh boy. That was okay. Honestly, can't even remember what I worked on. I'm so tired. It'd be like that though. I'm sure it was quality and entertaining though. I'm sure it was. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Do you ever reference code you've made previously? My dude, that is what coding is about. That is how you write code. You have to. You have to do that. So I'm looking at where I'm enqueuing my height map generation. Terrain gen params. Do I have like a yeah, the terrain gen params does not have a location on it. Terrain gen params. I do the spline calculation. That one's fine. I don't care about that. I only care about the compute shader. In-queue height map gen. Xtent. Increment chunk info. Neighbor noises. Yeah, I don't have any way to offset the height map noise. Hate to raid and run, but pretty much past that mode. Yeah. Go sleep. No worries, my dude. And thank you for your lurkers. I appreciate your lurkers. Lurkers, you're safe with me. This is your new home. Welcome. Add a happy land. Yeah, smart. Yeah, you've said that for the past 6 streams now. Thank you. Still learning C++, but I've tried using Unity and was only confused after learning to code and then have the game engine and have their own library functions. Okay, so yeah, I am noticing an issue with the terrain generation. But I am planning to do a refactor, so I think wiring up that offset into the compute shader is a little bit of a wasted effort at the moment, even though I do think it would produce some better, more varied terrain. We're gonna keep looking for a testing seed here. We did 519. I actually need one that's flat, which are usually the more boring looking ones, but it makes testing easier. We're gonna spawn right on a mountain, right on a border mountain now. This one's nice and flat though. Maybe it won't be too bad. Maybe it won't be too bad. We'll see. You're in a forest, which is what we need as well. Okay, let's spawn a guy. Okay, we're at. He spawned on the other side of the mountain. This is why I didn't want. Oh no, he didn't. He's right there. Okay. You join my colony. Okay, come here. Go pick that mushroom. Good job. Okay. The first task has been succeeded. Forage within radius forever. Interesting. What did he just try to do there? I hope he failed that successfully. So I'm gonna try and get him to forage again. He like tried to get somewhere and then he couldn't. Do task, forage within radius. What do I do? Like that big maybe? 15 meters. Okay, yeah, he didn't do nothing there. Let me look at what's your state tree look like here? And your colony data. And your interact action. If he was interacting with me at this point, and then what did he get to? Combat exit. So it would have been like right after this. No more forage items to gather in radius. Okay. What's the end goal for the project? To have a goal. It's going to be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. Okay, let's just... We're gonna make it very large. Okay, he found some mushrooms over here. Nice. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's gonna have an inventory full of mushrooms. Full tactical roll there. Man, he's cruising. Okay, so now he's gotten a path. And he's skipping those because they're outside of the radius, but he got a path out of the radius and back in. Okay, what do we have here? An issue. How on earth is this null pointer? How on earth? How would that become null pointer in between those two things? You see what else was happening on the background threads here. Nothing interesting. Or pending build tiles. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, nothing was happening on any other thread. So how does that happen? I mean, I understand garbage collection probably affected that, but like I don't understand how. Because I am setting that on the task to handle interact action. Why did you get garbage collected? Excuse me. So I'm Oh, entity is -1 here. Wait, did we early out or something? We must have, actually. Okay, the entity system return null or something. Okay, so that actually can return null. I kind of neglected to remember that this technically could be a thing. What is my context object here? It is the humanoid NPC, which is an entity interface, so it should have an entity on it. Oh, he swapped. That's what it was. He swapped from an NPC. Oh, what's happening to the are we just passing around the same context object? I should probably pass around. So what happens to this context object? Yeah, we pass it around, we update the task status. Yeah, that one just gets passed around. Oh. So that should be the proxy actor. That should be the proxy actor. Yeah, so that's what we need to do, basically. Ooh, new JetBrains, thank you. Okay, let's rebuild that. So, yeah, we shouldn't use the NPC character. I probably just wasn't thinking about that. Yeah. So those my entity system, they change between instant static meshes and actors. And I was passing in the actor as the entity context object, which changes the entity on that because it's just a proxy actor. Or I should say, it's just a facade. Comments would help to remember. I don't think comments would have helped me there. Comments also don't show up in blueprints very well. Okay, so in humanoid NPC, I just need the build blank task. Build, I guess I do them all through here, so that's good, right? So rather than self, I just need to get proxy actor. Okay. Well, let's start that again. New seed. 521. Okay, bad seed because this seed doesn't have any mushrooms in it. Look at that little hole. Oh. I'm here for the word of Mark. You just missed him, Turning Cog. You just missed him. You want to know what he told me? He told me to add a happy land. Crazy, I know. Crazy. He probably left already because I didn't give him very much validation. I should probably change these to forgeable, shouldn't I? I mean, are they actually? Are they? Environment. Are they forgeable? Sunflower. They require a tool. They are harvest type. Okay. They are harvest type. Yeah, so foraging is really just, it's probably just gonna be like mushrooms and berries, really. Right? Are the sunflowers accurate? Do they follow the sun? No. No, they don't. The sun, well, maybe. Because the sun doesn't move, so... Use your imagination, they follow the sun, yeah. But no, they're all just randomly rotated. Okay, where's my guy at? There he is. Okay. Welcome aboard. Join my colony. Your job now is to go do one of those. Just get one. Beautiful. Now your job is to get all forage things within 30 meters. Good. Good. Okay, now I'm gonna let him turn into... There we go. So that happened again. It is still the humanoid NPC. Where is that being built from? Ah, you know what it is? The interacting. Is it the interacting? On interaction status change. Bind to status change. Ah, it's the set context. Yes. Yeah, I need to move all this stuff to the proxy actor. I need to move all this onto the proxy actor itself rather than the NPC character facade. I knew putting logic there was a bad move. I knew it. I knew it. That Mulan was a troublemaker. So I'm pretty sure the, what is it, set colonist task? Set current colonist. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought this was, oh, the entity context object is defaulted to self. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got to rebuild there. Yeah, that won't cut it. That will not cut it. No, sir. JetBrains IDE's got a good bookmarking system also. I have only ever accidentally placed bookmarks that I've removed later. I've never actually... I don't know, like, managing bookmarks is kind of difficult in a code base for me. For me, I just remember the class names. Otherwise, like, I don't know what a bookmark would be for, you know? Not everyone does everything the same, that's okay. Okay, now where is the set current colonist task? Get proxy actor. Now this will become a lot simpler. When I move this. But it's like, what is important enough to bookmark? Because I feel like either I would have so few things in there that it's just easier to remember it than it is to click into it and whatever, or I would just bookmark everything and then it's also like, do you bookmark? Do you have the same bookmarks every time you code, or are you just bookmarking things for what you're currently working on? Control F11. Are these like hotkeys for bookmarks? A couple of most used. I just feel like double shift class name. That's what I do. Because then I would have to remember the hotkey, you know? So it's either I have to look at an interface of bookmarks where there's either too little or too many to be useful. Or I have to now remember hotkeys. Where'd he go? There he is. Uh-oh, we got a weird chunk somewhere. We got a weird terrain chunk somewhere. Sir. He's like doing a very good job of evading me. That was kind of funny. Okay, you are going to forage within a 30 meter. No, we'll do 20. There's enough here. The 20 is good. 20 meters. Okay, it's working. Yeah, it's working now. Is that all that we're in this radius? Yeah, I guess those were just like slightly outside the radius, but yeah. Okay, do more. That wasn't enough. Do more. 40 meters. Wolf class starts with F, I mnemonic F, shift 11, and quick F. Fastest diarrhea. I don't know, like, I just feel like remembering all that is like... Because what if you think a different F class is on F? You know? Yay, he's all done. Alright, show me your inventory. Look at all those mushrooms. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, but now this the mushroom tooltip needs to hide. Can I fix that real quick? Inventory. This is Unreal Engine. UE5. Okay, so on hide inventory, where do the tooltips come from? The tooltips come from probably the item slots or whatever, right? Item slot. Tooltip. So I would need to iterate through and hide every tooltip. Or maybe on... That visibility collapsed. Inventory box, clear children. Was there like a deconstruct thing here? So destruct should hide tooltip, but I guess, I don't know, maybe, do they not get destructed? Hide the tooltip. Let's see if we even get here. I thought about this in the past. Show me your inventory. You have nothing. Ah, shit. He has nothing in his inventory. I guess the problem is it doesn't actually destruct, right? It doesn't actually destruct, it just hides. But then when I hide and show the inventory, it refreshes it, right? Init inventory is probably what happens on show. I don't know, not super worried about it right now. We can kick that can down the road. But I think this is working better. Like, we can test construction real quick. Join my colony, do task, construct anywhere. He's just gonna go. Processor Chaos, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. We're just watching our colonists do tasks. Testing. We're testing. Yay. Okay, I think we're good, guys. I think we're golden. I want to commit this real quick. Another quick little refactor. And then I think we should work on hauling now. What am I calling this? Refactor, colony, task handlers to use inheritance. Fix, entity. I don't think I did anything, really. Yeah, we'll just say that, because the other things are just kind of... There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna work on hauling. Yay! Hauling. So this is probably gonna be most similar to construction, I believe. Hauling. Build hauling task. Handle task status change. We will need to override what is it? Build task. There we go. Okay. So the hauling colonist task. So I guess the first thing I need to think about is the hauling interact action. Is the first thing I should do. Because that is the kind of building block of the task. We'll probably also adopt cursor editor. One coworker of mine did a task fully using cursor agent. Y'all might be behind, because I think people are entirely building applications with cursor. Not just doing a single task with cursor. So yeah. How many colonists can you handle without tanking performance, approximately? Let's see. Let's turn on spawning. New seed, 523. So we'll just generate a world. I turned on spawning, so these are all effectively all the mob spawn you see are colonists. They're not like doing anything, but they are processing state trees and stuff. So I think it would be effectively the same thing. So we should be spawning guys in, right? I turned that on. Yeah, so we should be spawning mobs somewhere. Okay, here we go. Now it has to wait for navigation to finish. Where are they? Where are they? Okay, there's some. Okay, so every terrain chunk is now going to spawn these. So we're going to wait a little bit for them all to spawn, because it doesn't spawn them all at once. What are we at now? Right, like 300, 350. Probably some underground too, yeah. So yeah, I mean, usually I see this get up to, I've seen it get up to like 2,500. You know, we're still at 60 FPS, 60 to 80 FPS in editor right now. And I think probably most of the performance is going to Slate, which is editor stuff. So landing space, hi. Yeah, they're still spawning. We are at 1200 now. We are at 1200. Still at 70, 80 FPS. Now that things are done generating, yeah, we're at 80. I'm anywhere between 75 and 85 FPS right now. Pathing is pre-calculated. Nope, it's all done on the fly. The nav mesh is right there, though. So that's so there's about what did I say, 1,500, 1,200, and they move around on these parts too. So there's some entities out here that aren't rendered that are still moving around, right? So it's all part of the ECS system that I built, and everything pretty much happens on a background thread, almost everything. And then, you know, these sections out here, like, because I want the whole world to run at a time. Here's the world map. We're in Whisperwind Vale, Windscarred Cliffs, Sunstone Coast. These are some nice zone names, but I want the whole world to be running, or at least as much as possible. And so what I do is, for the procedural terrain, like, you know, memory is my biggest bottleneck, so I need to actually delete the mesh. So there's no meshes here. I'm just saving like the raw data, the raw triangle data that I get from my terrain generation algorithm, my compute shaders. And then I just store that in like a bounding volume hierarchy, spatial data structure, which allows me to still have the nav mesh shown and also still spawn things. Like I know where the terrain is, right? Like I can line trace through that data without actually having to mesh, save on memory. I can still have entities out here doing stuff. Yeah, there's some guys in there. Okay, I probably have finished spawning by now. So yeah, it looks like it's capping out at around 1,200 right now. But you know, the more I ran around the world, the more I run around the world, the more that will spawn. And yeah, we're sitting at 80 FPS right now, so it can probably handle many more, because it's all just on background threads, right? I can do a quick trace for a couple frames here. Of course, once I start doing that, it goes down to like 70. Updating PCs far away less often. Yeah, I do have a bit of a entity LOD system. Like you see, look how much time is taken up by Slate here every frame. I guess it's only 3 milliseconds, which is not the worst. But like you can see, this is me processing the velocity and gravity for every single entity here. So for 1,200 entities, it takes about 12 milliseconds on the background thread. 20 milliseconds there. Which one is this? This is their target processor, or their like aggro. It's basically an aggro processor is essentially what that is. Entity chunk processor. So I put the entities themselves into a bounding volume hierarchy as well, so that when I do AOE abilities, because none of them have collision on them. So when I do AOE abilities, I need to iterate over every single entity to check whether the ability hit it. So I chunk them. I put them into chunks so I don't have to check every entity in the whole world, right? What else do we? There's the LOD processor right there. Attachment processor, which I think I'm actually going to get rid of and fold that back into the ISM. So yeah, lots of stuff happening on the background thread. Move to processor, which I could parallel for that, and that should probably be a little quicker. But yeah, you can see all this. I am like saturated. I am fully using all my background threads. I am really getting the most of the performance that I can there. Does your animation have LODs? 2, right? So they're all instant static meshes right now. They're vertex animated instant static meshes, so they're all just animating on the GPU for free. Then when I get close, I don't know what happened to my my nameplates. I used to have nameplates, but they turn into actors. Like you see that little one frame little glitch. That's when he changes into an actor. So he's an actor right now. Now he's an ISM. Now he's at a static mesh. What type of game are you making? A survival game? It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. So there will be some survival elements in it for sure. But I'm leaning more into the RPG side of things rather than the survival side. But yeah, you can like chop trees and stuff, you know. So choppy, dynamic tree chopping. So I actually deform the tree, which is a static mesh, at runtime using dynamic meshes. So I can chop it there. Okay, sorry, you can go away. That tree will fall. I got some wood in my inventory here, basic wood. And then I can continue to chop the rest of the trunk. The rest of the stump, I should say. And my animation sucks, so it's kind of hard to like actually hit it sometimes. There you go. And I got some more wood there. Yeah, you can forage for food. Yeah, and the pathfinding breaks down, which is really annoying. There's some very easy fixes they can do. Wait, why did this fail here? Did this fail, or is it just hitting some assertion? Oh no, that's an exception. Oh, it just didn't give me the full stack trace for some reason. Yeah, no, it failed in here. Yeah, no, I know this one. Where is it? Like they literally, yeah, the best poly. They just literally just need to do if best poly. I think this is the line that fails. Sometimes it just fails. Probably because it is going on a background thread or something. But yeah, that happens. I need to build from source and actually change some of that though. There's probably a lot of optimizations I can do for the path, both the nav generation and pathfinding. I'm just kind of kicking that down the road. I'm just using the built-in stuff as much as possible. When did I start this project? Almost 3 years ago. Almost 3 years ago now. But hauling, we need to do hauling now. Hauling task. So the hauling task, there's kind of two parts to the hauling. One of them is getting rid of the stuff that is in your inventory, putting that in the correct storage location. And then another part of it is going to pick up things in the world to haul. Now those things could either be, let's write this down. Where is hauling? Haul to storage. Task queue. Yes, I built a task queue. Haul, forage for food, haul to storage. Yeah, so I'm also going to need to put this into like something like foraging, because you want, like, after they go forage something, they need to bring it back. So there's also that system as well. So all those things I need to keep track of. Yeah, I did all this. Did all that. Which didn't turn out that way. I tried to spec it out, actually. Yeah, I did that. I did do that. Haul to storage. Let's just do hauling first. Just hauling. So this is going to be like a job like type, I guess. Just like forages, you say, hey, go forage. You're going to be like, hey, go haul. Two parts of this. So let's break down the interact actions, which is the underlying thing. So I need a probably pick up item. That's going to be an interact action. And then another interact action is going to be store item, perhaps, or haul or something. Haul item or store. Maybe store item just to distinguish it from hauling, I'm thinking. Pick up item, store item. Yeah, I think I like that, because then haul is, I just want to separate those two, make it easier on myself. Pick up item, store item, those are the interact actions. Pick up item is essentially, I was thinking pick up item from world. I wonder if trade should be one as well, because I was also thinking that maybe you'd want your haulers to go run out to your people out in the field that are like foraging or doing whatever. Maybe they're harvesting crops or something, and then your haulers can go to them and like trade, like grab from their inventory. You know what I mean? I think that would make haulers much more beneficial. So maybe trade items. Also, but that's kind of like that's a bonus quest there. That's a side quest. The pickup item, this is like from world. So I'm gonna say from world. There's just an item out in the world somewhere. You need to pick it up. And this is not the same as like collecting a mushroom, because that's going to use the forage skill. Pickup item means someone has a mushroom and then they foraged a mushroom, then they dropped it on the ground or something, right? Or there is so let's write these down. Some dropped item in the world, or some item in a container, in an inventory, or storage area. So they're slightly different. Storage area is more so just out in the world. Some item in an inventory or storage area that needs to go, well, we don't know, like this is just for the interact action. How about stealing skills from monsters? How about that? Some item in an inventory or storage area. Pick up item. Is there anything else you could pick it up from? I guess pickpocket, but that's more so like a type of trade, right? I'll put pickpocketing. I don't know if I want pickpocketing in the game or not yet, though. From another colonist. I'll say pickpocket. Question mark. Some dropped item in the world, some item in an inventory or storage area. This could also just be called grab item. Oh, I wonder if there should be... Is this two different interact actions? It could be two different interact actions. Let me look at the interact action here. And so if I were to think of something like... I'm going to have that just pulled up on the side. Some dropped item in the world, interact with the object, I think would just be the item itself if it was dropped in the world. But if it was in an inventory or storage area, I think what I would need is the interact with object to be that inventory, whatever has the inventory or has the storage or the storage area. And so I will need I'm going to start speccing this out a little bit. I'm going to need what am I calling this? Pick up item action. Printable, blueprint type. And so this is going to have a potential payload object. A potential payload object. And yeah, trade item could also be the same, could use the same thing. And then there would be just like, there would be a consent boolean, I think, for pickpocketing. Do they consent to having this item grabbed off them? Yes or no? Then there's going to need to be some other interact action as well, where you'd want the colonists to like turn and face each other, you know what I mean? And like, you know, do some exchange to actually make it flavorful. But yeah, I think we would want the U property. Visible anywhere, blueprint read write, T object pointer, no, U my item, I think it would be. Item to pick up. Yeah, that doesn't need to be a pointer. And that, I mean, I could double set that just for convenience, you know? Because I technically, if it's just in the world somewhere, I wouldn't need it to be on both, but... yeah, I think that sounds good. I mean, trade items could even be used from that. So if I wanted to make this even more generic, let's go back to our colonist route here. So we have move to the interactable. We have interact with object. Yeah, so this interact with object could have a bunch of different things on it for like... Yeah, I mean, it really just goes to the thing and it just calls execute interact. It just execute interact. So for something like pick up world, I guess there could be an interaction interface on an item. Or I guess I'm going to have some like... Yeah, I guess I'm going to have some class to represent the item in the world. Which is just going to be like some cube or something, right? Yeah. So I think... some dropped item in the world. Okay, let's write this down. Create a new class to represent this. Contains a U my item. Some item in an inventory. So yeah, I do like having the item to pick up there, and then the whatever this new class is will be in interact with object. That will have the interact action on it. say we would just move to, we would just interact with it. And I guess like it's on the thing that I'm interacting with to respond to the interact action class. Like, hey, what type of interaction is this? Check the class in the interact action and then respond accordingly. And so that could be some item in an inventory or storage area, which is a particular type of area building. In an inventory, or I'll say in a container building or storage area building, to be more specific. So yeah, I don't know that I need a different storage class here now, or a storage task here, which is kind of it's kind of feeling nice. And I don't think the interact with object would need to change at all. Oh yeah, I needed to get rid of return status. We're not using that anymore. That does nothing now. Okay. Maybe blacklist the interactable here, perhaps. Perhaps. Okay. Yeah, this is... I'm feeling really good about the refactor, actually. I'm feeling really good about it. This might have been a container or storage building. This class has interaction, has an interaction interface. Yes. Class has an interaction interface. Interact can respond to pick up item action. Called from interact with object task, state tree task. Puts item in interacting object inventory. And I suppose you could also like intentionally destroy something on the ground, right? That's another type of interaction that can happen. So maybe there's a destroy item action as well. You know what? Random side thought, game design side thought. Has anyone ever played Surviving Mars? Deep cut, I know. It's a Firaxis game. It's like a 4X game basically. And it was, before they ruined it, it was so much fun. I have like hundreds of hours in that game. It's a colony sim, and you manage a colony on Mars, like and there's like different kind of factions that you can pick from, and you send rockets like from Earth to Mars. You don't actually like see Earth or anything. All of it just takes place on Mars, but you can like request resources in rockets and people in rockets that come to you, but you need like money. Anyways, it's really fun game. But part of that game, there was like a waste storage portion of that game, and I actually really liked that And I want to take that like even further. And I think Factorio has some semblance of this as well when you're attempting to clean up the pollution that you're causing. And I think waste management can actually be, this sounds weird, but I think waste management can actually be a lot of fun. And so the reason I thought that is because like, I was thinking of like destroying an item. Like what if you destroy an item and it just creates like a bunch of like trash basically, or like debris or waste, something like that. But then you have to like store the waste somewhere. And in Surviving Mars, there you had a specific type of stockpile for it. And it was like waste rock is what it was. It was all waste rock. And this was a byproduct from like concrete extractors. This was a byproduct from terraforming. It was all waste rock. And it was kind of interesting because sometimes you needed it and you could use it to build like ramps and stuff out of them. There was actually kind of a resource as well, but there's some points where it becomes a lot. You have to kind of like figure out where you're going to store this waste such that it's efficient, right? Anyways, I just think that would be actually a kind of fun concept, because I'm also I think I'm going to need some sort of system that I'm going to need to store an amount of physical material, because like I don't just want to like you pickaxe some stone, the stone goes in your inventory, right? I don't want to just, you know, pickaxe the ground and just nothing, it disappears, right? What happens to it after that? You know, I don't know. Play around with that idea is essentially what I'm saying. It might be too much to like, it might be too annoying for the player to have to, like, their inventory is always full of like dirt and rock and shit. That would be really annoying, right? So I don't know, maybe there's some better way to handle that. But I would like it to actually be placed into the world. Like, if you actually want to construct a dirt ramp, I think that should be possible. And that you can actually like physically place dirt or stone or whatever in the world. And I think in something like Enshrouded, they just have a voxel system for it. Like their voxel world just handles that. Anyways, back to thinking about the task at hand. Puts item in interacting object inventory and destroys the world representation. Don't know. Contains it. Is this an actor or ISMC? It should probably be an ISMC. Should probably be an ISMC with custom data that defines the items, I suppose. Like 1 would be like, or index 0 would be quantity, index 1 would be the texture to display on the thing, to an index, the actual item, which is stored in an array. Stored in an array. On the ISMC actor, owning actor. And maybe I should do like, maybe it should be based off of ownership of the item. Like who owns the item, right? Does it belong to the colony? Is it belong to nothing? I'll say maybe ISMC actor for each colony. an ISMC, what do I call it? Like world item. I'll call it like a world item. View world item. Or I guess it should be U world items if it's an ISMC. For each colony, the U world items actor, say one for each ownership of the item that has been dropped. And I guess you don't technically need like some ownership parameter. I guess you don't technically need that, right? None of these items need to be like belonging to a colony or something like that. But in RimWorld, even when you drop items in the world that don't exist in any sort of colony storage, it still counts towards your colony values for when they like calculate raids and stuff like that and events. And the reason for that is like you wouldn't just want to store all your most valuable shit, all your most powerful weapons, just like right outside, you know, some colony storage and then have it not count. And then you just grab them when you need them. That would be, you know, you'd be cheating. You'd be cheating the system there quite a bit. And so I was thinking that I might want to do the same thing. And this is how I would do that. And I guess there would be a... Why does that like indent so much? I don't like that. U world. There could be some cases where there is no owner, so there'd be kind of like a default one. But that would mean like anything you drop in the world as a player like might belong to a specific colony. Which feels weird, right? I mean, maybe there's just like a certain distance you can take it away from your colony where I will be just like, okay, it doesn't count. But like destroying the item should be the proper way to get it to not count towards count towards any like sort of colony values that I might use. And I want to be a little bit more smarter about how I'm calculating raids and stuff like that. And some of the things that like all the raids in RimWorld are just random. They kind of just randomly happen on a certain cadence depending on which storyteller you get. And then they just roll the dice and, you know, the raid comes with whatever the dice roll is. And I want to be a little bit smarter about that. That dice roll just kind of takes into your whatever, like how many colonists you have, what your colony wealth is, that kind of stuff. But I think I want to be a little smarter about it. Like I do want to take those kinds of things into account. But as for like what they attack, what their goals are for the raid, you know, I want to be a little smarter about that. I think I actually want like a scout job. Let me write this down so I don't forget it. Do I have scouting in here somewhere? Scouting. You can send a scouting party first to gain information about how strong the threat is, what kind of damage it's causing. Yeah. And I'll also add what the goals are of the raid. Of the threat/raid. Do they want to kidnap someone, steal a specific item, kill, destroy the colony? You know, if your scout is a higher level, you can figure that kind of stuff out. right? And maybe if your scout sucks, they get false information. That could be kind of funny. That would be kind of, like, you would never believe your scout, though. You know what I mean? I was just thinking, like, maybe you could send a low-level scout with a higher-level scout to kind of train your lower-level scout without having the downsides. Lots of things that could be done there. It's for a different day, though. But I would very much like some sort of knowledge system to be used per the colony. Like, each colony has different knowledge about the other colonies in the world, enemy and ally. And then they can kind of use that knowledge and trade that knowledge, that information, and they can use that to kind of define what the size of the raid is, right? Like, maybe it requires, you know, if an enemy faction sends a raid at you, but then no one survives, you know, all that colony knows is that this many people didn't return. So they're probably stronger than that, right? Now, if one of them did return, like, let's say one of them got away after you defeated them and he ran back to the colony, then maybe they gain information on your defenses and what kind of colonists you have and stuff like that. So they respond in a smarter way. Hoping to do something like that. And so it's not just like dice roll equals more numbers all the time. Okay, what next on here? This class is interaction and destroys the world representation. Yeah, and I think that yeah, I think that's it for that. Some item in a container building or storage area building. These buildings have an interaction interface. Interact that responds to the action. Same as this, honestly, same thing. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll just say same as above. Results in the same thing. Puts it in the interacting inventory. Yeah. Trade items. I'm gonna kick that one down the road. I don't need that right now. But I think for actually pick up item, that's basically it. Store item now. Store item action, I suppose it'll be called. And let's get rid of that. Oh God. What button did I press that indented my entire sheet that much? What the fuck? Are you serious? You guys seeing this right now? I have no idea if this is like... Jesus, okay. Yeah, I just wanted that. Jesus Christ, man. Store item action. Store item action. Interacting. So there would need to be a payload or like a my item to store on that one as well. Interact with object equals It could either be they could give it to someone, right? It could be giving an item too, right? Not taking an item. But I mean, that might be trade. That could be trade. Store item action, but essentially the item to store, the interact with object would be either the building container or storage area. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. And then storage area and building container as interface that responds to the action and receives the item or fails if it cannot fit in inventory. That's another thing, is the error handling here. Yeah, for the actual interact actions, that seems very straightforward to me in my mind for the system that I built. Now, the actual colonist task of hauling, I think, would be a bit more complicated. And needing to do a series of those, of potential interact actions. I'm just going to put hauling. Haul to storage. Do task until inventory is full or task is finished. Yeah, so there's like there's the actual haul task of hauling, but then there's like this kind of like underlying hidden hauling task that happens just after a character is done with foraging or something. So I want to think about that. Now I think first, let's just think of the haul task itself. Hauling. I'll say F colonist task to distinguish it here in the list for myself. For the F colonist task of hauling, it is going to be a series of store item, pick up item, back to store item. All right, it's going to be a series of that. I think store item happens first. I mean, it should really be distance based, right? Distance based for which one happens first. So the task logic is get all places to store, get all valid containers, areas to store items in inventory. I'll say each item in inventory. Or I will say get the, I'll say best container / area to store each item in inventory. Get all items in world. Or really just get closest item in world. That has a storage area. That has a valid storage area. Container / area. For now, they're just going to be areas, I think. And yeah, this is we're gonna run this each time an interact action finishes. So we're gonna continue to get, I'll say, get the closest container to store. I'm gonna need to check all items. Check all items in inventory. Get the closest container area to store each item in. Is currently in inventory. It's so funny that like so many of these like it literally boils down to like the most efficient and smartest route would be a traveling salesman problem for a lot of these, right? It's not just get the closest one. That is not the most efficient travel distance, right? Because the closest one, like if you have a series of 3 in front of you, I don't know why I find this so interesting. So like, let's say your guy is like right here, and there are some items on the ground. There's 1, 2, 3. If you just go by closest, he's gonna go here. Oops. He's gonna go here, then you know off to one, and then off to the other. That's not the least travel distance. It would actually be there, 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 and then you know if the storage, you know, put this is the storage area maybe. That would actually be the best route, right? Most efficient. But that is the travel. That's the simplest form of a traveling salesman problem, which is a notoriously inefficient algorithm. Technically could be done. I could write some solver for that for all these different tasks, but I think that's kind of overkill. Like I don't think you actually need that for the game to be fun or anything. It would be cool from a technical standpoint. Okay, and we have the desired inventory items, which we will need to use to get allable items. You know, if world item, then store item action. If inventory item, I'll say closer, then pick up item action. And then you know, we build that, we'll say perform interact action on status change to complete. On status change to complete. Rerun. Yeah, just rerun it. Rerun until no valid options. That is the hauling task, which actually that all makes a lot of sense in my head. Okay. Now I kind of want to put this in a different section. So we're going to call this What do I call this? Like post, other, task, haul, haul to storage. Do task until inventory is full. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm gonna take a. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break. Need to go to the potty. Need to take the doggies out. Maybe grab some more coffee. You know the drill. Here is some terrain to look at while I'm gone. So I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back. More game dev, and I'm gonna think through that a little bit more, and we'll start working on it. So BRB, ladies and gentlemen, BRB. All right. I'm back. Let's work on hauling. I wanted to think through it a little bit more. The post other task haul to storage. So we do the task until the character's inventory is full, or until the entity inventory is full, or the task is finished. If inventory is full for current task, swap that with the next task in queue. Which would be the auto queue up a haul task. Haul task when selecting forage, etc. I need a auto queue up a task with, I guess, just auto queue up a store item action task, but it's like I need store multiple items, I guess. So maybe the store item action that should take multiple, perhaps. Trying to think of like what I would use to, because it's basically just go empty your inventory, right? That's what this needs to be. The colonist task. Just whatever is haulable in your inventory, go do it. I'll say auto queue up. I'll say some sort of empty your inventory. I mean, I guess that's what I would call it, right? Empty inventory. The colonist task of empty your inventory. After the forage, etc. If inventory is full for the next task, or for the current task, swap it with the next task in queue so that he empties inventory and then goes back to doing the task. That is good. I like that logic. Auto queue up some sort of empty your inventory colonist task. It's really just like haul your inventory. It's not like the hauling task is going to pick up and then store. It's pick up and store. That's the hauling task, but like haul your inventory is like a different one. Store your inventory. I don't like empty your inventory because that implies that he's just gonna like drop it on the ground, perhaps. Haul your inventory. I think I like that. Just haul inventory. Okay, let's call this haul inventory colonist task. So that needs to be a new task type there. Now, the weird thing happens when, what if they have a bunch of other shit in their inventory that like isn't related to whatever task you just gave them that has auto queued up this haul task? So you give them like a forage task. They have some shit in their inventory that they should haul eventually or something. but it's not related to like foraging. They go forage, their inventory becomes full. What if what happens when you have 2 storage areas, one for all the foraged items that's nearby, and then one for the other items that your character has, that your entity has, the NPC, the colonist. And with the logic I have here that I'm thinking of, he would go run to that super far away storage area, even though that's like not related. Would you want that as a player? I mean, getting a clean slate on inventory is like nice, but like if you've given them a task, if you've given them a priority, that means that's higher priority than clearing out their inventory. But also, this isn't a top-down colony sim. So I think maybe these kinds of things need to happen. Just to kind of keep them, because it's like their inventory is just going to get clogged up over time if they don't do this kind of opportunistic. Now, opportunistic hauling is something that I need to write in as well. That is something that I would like to write in, and that's where opportunistic hauling is just like, hey, if you're nearby, or just really just opportunistic tasks, right? Opportunistic priorities, or just like maybe on each colonist task status update, you check if there's any opportunistic tasks you need to do. And that's just like nearby things. Like how long they would take, you know. If they take too long, I'll have some approximate value for a length of time that's too much for an opportunistic task, and that would take in the travel time and whatever interaction time there is. You know, like if you need to craft something, that would be maybe too long. We coding in Word now? Yeah, dude, that's how it's done nowadays. This is how you vibe code. You actually spec based. You write an entire doc, you feed the doc to the AI, then it shits out a game. Welcome to the world of software engineering. Yeah, you basically kind of write pseudocode in a doc, get it reviewed by a bunch of people. Think about everything up front, and then you implement it, and then you realize that you missed something or you had some wrong assumption because you didn't write any code for weeks and weeks while you were writing it and getting it reviewed. And then the doc's already out of date as soon as you start. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some thoughts out to make sure I'm on the right approach for hauling. We've actually written a lot right here. It looks like a lot because it's just bullet pointed, but it's not really that much. How to determine what to haul in world and inventory. Yeah. Store and call. We've already. I have done this. I did that. Yeah. Should it be hauled to closest storage area of the container? Maybe. Thank you. Turn the lights on. Thank you. I have coffee. Ah, wonderful. Now this is an interesting haul to closest area or container. Yeah, maybe you don't want to. Maybe you don't want to go to the best storage area or container. You just put it in the closest one. And then you let your haulers figure it. God, that's going to be... Ooh, the hauling is actually like a logistical can of worms, isn't it? Because then, like, the task becomes go through every item and make sure that it's in every item stored in the colony somehow. Go through all of them and figure out if they are in the best storage container. like the highest priority one or something like that, you know. Let's not worry about that. Let's just have it be the same logic. So they're going to store it in the best one, and then they'll just finish hauling their inventory, basically. A haul inventory class. Okay, it would be a haul inventory colonist colonist task type. Colonist task type, haul inventory I would need, and then I would need a haul inventory task handler for that task type. And now this is making me kind of feel like I should make the colonist tasks view objects as well, so they can be inheritable. They can use inheritance, and then that's where the yeah, but if I want them handled differently, that would be, I mean, I would just extend them, right? Both of these systems work. So let's just keep moving with the current one for now. This is looking good now, though. Again, a pathfinding error. I mean, okay, we got to start writing code now anyway, so we're just going to end that. So let's create a all inventory handler, which let's just change this one into that. Holy smooth gameplay. Yeah, I know, right? So we're going to rename you into a haul inventory handler. Yes. I don't know if I don't think I should have done a core redirect there. So I might reuse that name. Not using that anywhere we don't need it. Handle task status change implementation. Just do super. I don't know if I'll need to change that yet. Task type, yes. So go to the colonist task type. Pick up item, haul item. Let's just change this to haul inventory. Now, this is going to show up in the list. This is going to show up in the list. So I kind of want this to be hidden. Hidden is like from blueprints, right? This value will not appear in the editor. Although I need it to. I actually need it to. Because I need to put it in the task handlers map. So I need the I have a thing for this, right? Get available task types. Yes, is valid task type. Not equal to none, not equal to count. So we're just gonna add, and I mean, I don't know, just like saying haul your inventory. I feel like that's actually a valid command to give to a colonist, right? Hey, go empty your inventory. Like that could be a. Actually, we're gonna leave that there. I think that's fine. So we have the haul inventory, which is what this is going to be. Haul inventory there. Let's add the interact action. So we have the pickup item action, and then we need the store item action. Both of which have they're not extending from the right thing. They should be extending from this. Item to store and item to pickup. They both need that. Yes, they do. What next here? Pick up item. Yeah, we need to actually some dropped item in the world. We're not going to do that yet. We're not going to do that yet. So nothing can be dropped in the world yet. Although I will need to, I guess I do need to, I think actually we do need to do that. I do need to do that. Either that or make containers work. Should we fix containers? I think we should probably fix containers real quick. That's going to be the easier one to do. Yeah, that looks good though. I think that's good for the action side of things. Now we can also I'm actually kind of upset that I renamed that. Actually kind of upset I renamed that. Hang on, where's my core redirects? I'm gonna delete one. Default default engine INI. Hauling handler, there we go. Delete that, we don't want that redirect. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this. Stupid. Wait, can I not do that? I guess I can copy and paste. Hauling handler. Yes, hauling handler. Pickup item, and I guess there's just one for haul. Haul stuff. Haul. Is there a settings like auto loot like in World of Warcraft? Well, I don't even actually have loot at all at the moment. Welcome over to the red side though, Devix. You were on purple and red, that's cool. Yeah, I don't have loot yet, but yeah, I think there will be very World of Warcraft like looting. I will say, I hate the area looting. I think that is a shame that they put in the more recent versions of the game, where it loots like everything in the entire area and throws it into your bags. And actually, I think not having auto loot actually like attaches you to the individual items a bit more. You know, like, how do I explain this? Like there is a vibe that happens when you physically click on each item off of the corpse of a body, right? It like makes each item mean a little bit more, even though it's just like garbage, trash and stuff. Like it's forming that it's like grounding in your mind as a player that like, I'm clicking this item, you know, there's a sound that happens, there's like an animation that happens that puts it into my inventory, you know, it goes, I can see where it goes in my inventory, it takes up space, like that whole, like there's actually, I think, something to that. And when you go away from that to something like auto looting or like auto area looting and BFA fill my inventory, yeah, like it just like fills you, like it might as well, those items just might as well not exist, you know, because now all they are is a nuisance to the player. There's no actual satisfaction of like getting the loot off the body, of like looking at each piece of loot and be like, oh, what is this? What is this? And you know, obviously you know what they are for the most part, but like, yeah, I think there is something to not doing auto loot or making it looting actually more interactive and immersive. I think there's actually something to it. Now, it could get, you need to balance it, right? Because doing too much of that, too repetitive of that, like obviously is not good either, because players are just going to get annoyed with it. It's going to become tedious, you know, you have to think about that as well. But I know I'm in the minority when I say that, you know, I actually feel that inventory management is part of a game. It is part of the game. And a lot of people don't like inventory management. And I get it. I understand why. But they want like the whole like auto, like in survival games, they want the auto use from nearby crafting benches and stuff like that. and like auto put everything in your inventory into where it needs to go. You don't even need to open up a container. It just flies from your inventory into those containers. Like, yeah. And I get it. I get it. It is very efficient. Okay. So I am gonna have 2 of these. Okay. They can be the same for now. I'm not gonna do anything with them. I like the single crate loot. What does that mean? What does single crate loot mean? Now to determine what... Oh. Add-ons like Bagnon and item auto sell being used of... Okay, that was a little difficult to follow, but I think I can piece together what you mean. Like when you say single crate loot, you mean like the UI for your own inventory is a single box, and not the individual bags. And yeah, auto sell junk and stuff, even more so on the streamlined, you know, the items don't really mean much thing. And again, I get it. I get it. But yeah, I like to manually do that stuff. I actually enjoy that. I like interacting with my loot. I think that actually is a somewhat visceral experience that has merit and value in a game. So auto selling, auto anything in a game to me is just like, unless the game is about automation, miss me with that, you know? Miss me with that. Okay, anyways, we got all that built. So I actually need to think of... Let's go ahead and rebuild here. So let's fix... We're going to fix containers first, I think. That's going to be easier than creating the world item. But I think I can think through this. Why play the game when the game can play itself for you? Or even better, the game can play you as a player. My least favorite of the 3 options. But yeah, that's kind of my feeling, right? I get that they're like super tiny things where it doesn't make a difference, and I just want to play the game the way I want to. And that's like the first thing that's going to be modded. Where is... There it is. Unreal Engine. But for this world item, I need to think about it because I have the voxel area. And I guess there's going to be a... That needs to have an array of contained items, which I guess would just be like... The contained item would be like... There need to be some sort of pointer to the UWorld items actor and then an instance ID as well. So I would need a pointer to an ISMC and an instance ID. Exploring when automation was doing 80% of the game while player just sitting jumping on some snacks. Yeah, I mean that's the egregious example of that. But I think even on the, you know, even if just like, you know, some smaller percent of the game is automated, I still think it has a detrimental impact on some level, you know. For me personally, maybe other people don't feel that so much. Yeah, let me open up a container. The building container. Ah, well, these are all broken. No wonder. Is building component broken? What about base building? Base building's fine. What other... Yeah, and area panel is also broken. What are you broken by? Oh, the haul item. If task type equals haul, yeah. That's what we're using for like storage. That one's fine. Now the building container, yeah, this is all sorts of broken, isn't it? Is built, is being in, god damn, this is end interaction. Okay, yeah, just get interact action. Well, I'll probably need to think about this a little harder, actually. Can't just like fix this up and expect it to work. Okay, that was the only thing that was broken though, so... This should have like the same logic. Well, no, I'll need to re-implement the logic. If it's built, if it's already being interacted with, this would close it. Yeah. Yeah, if it's not built, fall back to the parent. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. I just set is being interacted with, but what actually like opens the inventory, you know? When my treasure chest blueprint. Where is the viewport? Okay, because I know that he's missing his lid as well. Well, okay, that right. Nothing really in here other than overriding set building materials. Yeah, nothing really happening in there. And then I suppose we also have the additional static mesh, which is what I was missing. But why isn't the interactable? Yeah, I guess let's just build and see what happens here. Oh, he's got his lid on him now. Oh, does it work now? I just needed to actually there's his materials. Okay, open check. Okay, it works now. Probably check distance on that too, honestly. Probably check distance. What actually does that though? What handles the get interaction subtext component? Oh, it puts the inventory there. Yeah, okay. I see. If is being interacted with and is built, okay. I think I need to fix... Oh, okay, this is now broken? What just happened? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I called them both the same thing. Okay, we gotta fix that. There are 2 build hall inventory tasks, which is... It is ain't right. I'm just gonna guess that that's the right one. Okay. So now we're fixed there. File, save, all. I do need to do some distance check. Somewhere. I need to do it for all the buildings, really. And I do have some utils for that. Interact utils, let's see what I got here. Is within interact distance. I use this for... He is interactable on the ISMC, okay. Interaction dist. Yeah, I guess I need to come up with a building interaction distance. Maybe each building should specify that. Should each building specify that, or should the player... Like, the player controller has its own interaction distance, but that's just based... That's like for the trace. From location to bounds is within interact dist. The from location would be the character location, which honestly should be a capsule. So we should be including the character radius potentially as well. Let me go to the building base object. There is no variable for interaction distance. Okay, yeah, I don't have something like that yet. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense for each building to have, like, the distance that it can be interacted from. I think that makes sense. Yeah, and then I need like a... I wonder if I should get I wonder if I should have an interaction distance, get interaction distance function on the interaction interface. I think I would want something like on tick running when you're interacting with something that checks, make sure you're still within the distance of the interaction. Because like what's happening here, is this something I solve right now? Like I'm still like, still got the options on there. So I could like, you know, I've still got the option. I bet I could go over here. Oh yeah, finish building it from way over there. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's just, I'm gonna just add that onto the list of bugs here. Let's do that next. My goodness. I'm just gonna say building interaction distance. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that there, just for safekeeping. Just for safekeeping. Okay, but yeah, it does work. It does work. So, file, save all. Now I need to make sure that the certain set is being interacted with. Yeah, I need to interact action, cast to pick up item action. So we have pick up item action and then store item action. I need different things in here. And I suppose the way the player is going to do this is quite different. This is going to just be for... This is going to just be for entities, I suppose. That doesn't make sense. There you go. Yeah, and so different things need to happen here. If as store item action. I guess I might need the source inventory on here as well, so that I can remove it from that inventory properly. Is that what I need? I think that maybe is what I need. Item to pick up. I interact with the item. Yeah, I think I need an inventory in here as well. Would be really nice. I mean, I could always get it off the interacting object, which should be the entity. I mean, I guess if these are only entities, then I can do that. Interacting object, which should be the proxy actor. Let's make a function for this. Give item take item. Give item takes in a pick up item action. And then take item. Or maybe I should call, I don't want to call this receive item. This takes in the other one, which is store item action. Okay, so let's do receive first. We're receiving the item versus giving the item. And I should have proper inventory functions for this already. I just need to get the inventory. So we're going to get interacting object, get entity data EP. We want inventory data, get inventory component. If that's valid, I mean, we really need to... Oh, no, this should be fine. Yeah, this should be fine. If that's valid, let's promote that to a local variable. This is interacting char inventory. We'll call that. So if that's valid, if that is valid, the interacting character inventory, and then I should have the inventory on here. Yes, and I have this inventory component here. So I need to, I guess, need to do like a tradesies, right? I should already have that somewhere because my player can, I think my player can put stuff in the inventory, right? If I'm not mistaken. Do I have that? I don't, did I ever do that? Maybe I don't have inventory functions for this. Yeah, I don't know if I have functions for that, actually. I don't know if I have functions for that. Also, I don't want the inventory to be... I need the target inventory, right? That's what I want. I want to do the same thing basically as here. We'll do that maybe next. Oh, what is that? Get that out of here. Yeah, I need to do this. And then I need to handle these item settings changed as well, because the container should have item settings on them. Oh, you know what I just thought too? Like, colonists that you have assigned to hauling, they could be like let's say you have a priority on colonist inventory, because like I have the priorities on the area. Like, I'm imagining actually these interfaces are going to be the exact same now. Oh, my icons are back. Nice. But I'm imagining, I was thinking that like you would just do allowed here, but like you may also want to specify the amount. And like, so I have the priority here for the area, and that could be like, you know, if you're storing here, this is the highest priority storage. I want this one filled up first with, you know, all the weapons. Put all the weapons here, you know. But you might want to specify how many are stored here or something, right? And then if the colonist had this same thing on his inventory, which right now he has a very similar hierarchy, but you can specify the amount. But if he also had the priority there, your haulers could like bring weapons to the people, and weapons and tools to the people that need them. You know what I mean? There would be some sort of conflict though, potentially. What would be cool is if like you had some like high priority colonists that you wanted to keep alive, and then you so you set them as high priority, and say you want some like potions on them. They run out of potions. Your haulers realize that when they're checking what needs to be hauled, and then they can bring the potions to those colonists. That would be That would be kind of cool. Although it's like in an immersion type of way, how the hell would they know that? How the hell would they know that? Dude, it would be so cool if there was so I have this hypothetical knowledge system in my head. And what if a piece of knowledge was like, they walk by your warrior, you know, your hauler colonist walks by your warrior colonist, and your warrior colonist has like what items he needs in his inventory, and he can tell when they walk by, like there's an exchange of knowledge that happens, and he shares with the hauler that he needs potions. So then the hauler's like, oh yeah, I can go get those for you. Or something, you know. That's actually pretty complicated and not necessary at all, but it's fun to think about. And it could be like, I don't know, it could help to build some social interactions between the colonists, which I think are going to be huge. And it could influence the social standings between colonists, you know, like the warrior colonists might appreciate that a lot, you know, and there would be some social standing change that happens from that. I gotta stop coming up with new ideas and actually develop things, though. You know what I mean? So I need all of this. So I'm going to show the inventory differently. I'm going to show the inventory differently on the container. That's going to show up in the bottom right, just like it does for the colonist. It's going to do the same thing, I hope. Okay, so I'm going to paste this. Let's stop. I'm going to paste this into interact. Not on that thing. Now interact is now going to be, there's going to be some, well, let's make a function for like show inventory. That is not what I wanted to copy. That's silly. That's silly. Well, now that I'm here, let's grab this, because this needs to go on the interaction subtext component in here. We're gonna do that instead. Go back here, interact. No, it's the inventory function, if I can spell it properly. We're going to put that on show inventory. And that was called handle show inventory selected. Yeah. So it's going to be very similar, I think. Show inventory, or I'll call it toggle inventory. There we go. And so toggle inventory going to be called from the interact now. Toggle inventory if it's a player. So I need to figure out if this is a player or not. Well, what's going to happen actually? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Is being interacted with. We're going to go. Yeah, we can still do that. Let's get rid of one of these though. Remove that execution pen. Cast failed is going to go to here. Cast failed is going to go to there. If not a specific action class, then this is a player interaction. So show inventory. Perfect. You'd have request boards, so there's a common area for them to request fulfill orders instead of just when they happen to pass each other. Well, at that point, they might as well just go pick it up themselves, right? Like if they're gonna have to, you know, if you're warrior colonist that's on fucking guard duty or patrol duty or whatever, if he runs out of potions and he needs to run all the way over to the job board to be like, hey, I need potions, he might as well just pick them up from the storage at that point, you know? I will have a job board though. I will have a job board, but that's for the player to specify what jobs they want done. Like any specific things, because there's going to be, the hierarchy is an individual player given task to an individual colonist, which is what I'm doing now. That's the highest priority. So that's where like you're just running around the colony and you see something that needs to be done. You grab the nearest colonist and you're like, hey, do that. The next tier of like things is going to be this job board, which will be, Turning Cog had the idea of that being an actual physical board. I was like, oh, that's great, because I was just picturing some piece of UI that you can manage. But I think having a physical job board is great. And then so like the player, if they want a bunch of things done, like I'm picturing a flow where the player wants to go out and explore the world, but they want to get a bunch of shit done in the colony, a bunch of specific things. So they're going to put some like, hey, I need you to craft these things. I need you to do this, blah, 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 blah. And they don't have to go to the individual like workstations or the individual trees that they want cut down, you know? So that's like the next tier is like this job request board, and it's like a job queue kind of. And then the next tier under that is just the individual colonist priorities. And so you will be able to set priorities on each colonist as to what they should do. You know, if you have a colonist who's good at cooking and construction, you know, if he's, you know, you might have other colonists who are cooks as well, so you don't want cooking to be higher priority than construction because he's your only constructor, right? And so you can set that on each individual colonist. So that'll be the fallback for every colonist. And that's where you can allow and disallow different task types per colonist as well. Okay, give item, receive item. Yeah, so we're gonna have toggle inventory. Let's clean this up. Inventory data. Yeah, let's, can I create a local variable? Yeah, okay. Nice. Handle item settings changed. Yeah, I do kind of want to, let's create a matching function. I'm not going to do anything with that yet. I think we will need to though. Okay, is there any way for me to make this a bit more modular now that I'm looking at it? So I'm doing self inventory. That's the wrong inventory data, actually. I should be showing this inventory component, which should always be valid, basically. So we can delete that. The desired inventory items. So I guess I'm just putting that on here. And that is gameplay tag to float map. Change for, yes, I'm aware. Thank you. Thank you. Where's the actual, oh, the details are over here. I hate how the blue, goddamn. Okay, I don't need you to pop up every time. Don't show again. There's your desired inventory items. All right. I mean, really, it's already pretty modular, right? That's already pretty modular. I mean, maybe I should make a toggle. And maybe I could make a toggle. Where is, do I have a target inventory? Toggle inventory display. Yeah, let's make a toggle target inventory. Still spelled it wrong. Toggle target inventory, and then we will need an inventory component. And then I will need a desired inventory items. Okay. That is a map to float. And so, yeah, just copy all that again. I guess we're, go back to the building container. That's more streamlined, yeah. Go to toggle target inventory. I don't need to get the HUD because that is self. That is self now. Get target inventory UI ref. Change the name to allowed settings. Look how simple this got. I love that for me. Ooh, the delegate though. That's the kicker. Can I forward a delegate like that? I can. Crazy. On settings. What do I call it? On item settings change. On item settings changed. Showing the storage settings on the inventory as well. So I guess that always gets shown now too. That gets shown by default now. Great. Relatable. Welcome in. Okay, so now we just call that actually. Yeah, we just call that toggle target inventory. So that gets a lot more simple, but we want to do that after this. I suppose I should check if the inventory component is valid. So let's change that to a validated get. If it's not valid, we'll do this. If it's not valid, we're just gonna let that noodle do that. We're just gonna let that noodle do that. If that's not valid, we're going to hide the inventory. Okay. Therefore, I don't have to worry about that from this perspective as much. So toggle inventory. Pop that in there. Pop that in there. Pop that in there. And then, yeah, I just need to do this part. So you go by. You go by as well. Yeah. Well, I guess I do still need the validity check. File saved there. Toggle target inventory, get local player HUD. Okay, coffee. Okay. So that looks good. So copy that. And we're going to paste that in the building container now. Basically. So we'll need to redo those things. And I think we just plug each one in here because it just has it on there. Oh, this is so nice. This is so slick and nice and cute. So cute, okay? And we just fucking go straight there for this guy. Because we know that those are always going to be valid, basically. So, easy peasy. And honestly, I don't even need a function for this anymore. This got so easy, I don't even need a function for it anymore. we delete toggle inventory. We are deleting that. Where is interact? Yeah. So show / hide inventory. Okay. Compile save. I guess we need to make sure that that works now. Am I done building that part? That actually work now. Chest, build it. Okay, I am showing 2 now. Now I need to actually, I know what that is. That is the get interaction subtext component, which I need to do this for. Interaction options of widget. If we are being interacted with and we are built, I'm not going to show anything actually. I am not going to show anything. Yeah. So do we return just null pointer here? And we should use the is interacted with. I rated on YouTube, but rated OG on Twitch. Well, I wish I got some fucking alert for that. That would be nice, YouTube. You know, the people who build like OBS plugins and shit, like they probably aren't even aware, they probably aren't aware that YouTube has rates. So like they don't even know to build like alerts for it. Oh, I can make a goal. Ooh. Yeah, I did not see the raters on YouTube. But thank you. I appreciate that, Prismatica. Thanks for thinking about me. How was your stream, buddy? I saw you were still on water. Oh, there they are. Now I see them. Hello. Hi, Prismatica viewer, YouTube viewers. I'm Mydrong. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. Today I'm working on hauling tasks for the colonists, but here's a little bit of the terrain here. Oh, this is a boring seed. I should change the seed. I should change the seed. I have a good seed in my mind that I can show you all, but procedural terrain, large world. I'm going to run the whole world at a time with my ECS system. Here's one example of that. Let's go to a fun seed, though. 518 was one of the good ones, I think. Yeah, there you go. There's a good seed. Some nice mountains, some nice height differentials. We got some different terrain noises, nice sharp craggy rocks. We got underground caves. We have trees. There are mushrooms, too, if you're into that kind of thing. There are mushrooms. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Yeah, I've been working on, I've been refactoring all of my shit for the past week, essentially. And I finally got done with that. And I kind of like rebuilt my entire colonist task system, such that it works with like state trees a lot better now. And it's going to be, it's a lot more scalable and easier to work with. So now I'm going to do, and this was all to set up for hauling, which I realized was going to need to be a thing that should be kind of capable of being done outside of the colony task system, right? So that's all working now. And I'm working on hauling, as I've said 3 times now. Here's my world. Here's my procedural world. And so what I'm going for is something kind of like if you could picture like vanilla WoW class design, you know, lots of talents, lots of abilities to pick from, like classic WoW like combat. So it's like tab target, but I want to do, you know, a little bit more interaction there, you know, like a little bit more interactive, I should say, not interaction. You know, a little bit of, you know, some skill shots here and there, you know, some collision based attacks, you know, that kind of thing. And so I want to combine that with like a colony sim, something like RimWorld, which is my favorite game of all time. And, you know, I know Prismatic is a big Kenshi fan, so there's definitely some elements there as well. Kenshi and RimWorld, I think, they're the same, like, flavor of game, if you know what I mean, right? Like, they are not the same game by any means. They're quite different, but they're the same flavor in the sandboxy simulation part of it, which I appreciate. But the RimWorld is like a very depthy colony sim. It's not like a large-scale colony sim, It focuses on the smaller scale with the individual colonists, and each of these colonists kind of have personalities, things they're good at and bad at, different quirks, different social standings within the colony and stuff like that. And it makes it really interesting, I think. It's one of my favorite games. It's very highly random. Lots of random events happen. You need to build up a colony. You need to build defenses, all that kind of stuff. You get raided. You know, there's some progression in a tech tree as well. And so I'm gonna combine that with an RPG, which will be quite different. And then I want to do a roguelite as well. And so the kind of flow for the game is going to be, you know, you've got this world to explore. Each of these zones have like different names on them. I think I am in, where am I? I think I'm in either Burning, I think I'm on the corner of like 4 zones here. There is Burning Obsidian Ridge, Granite Spine, Starfall Bastion, Warped Grove. So each of these are going to kind of be like WoW zones, and not so much like Minecraft biomes or Valheim biomes where they just kind of blend seamlessly from one to another. I want them to be quite drastic changes, and I want there to be physical borders between them that differentiate them even more. And so you'll kind of have to find entrances and exits to each zone. Or you can build stairs up if you have the resources up the mountain, back down the other side, or you could dig through the mountain, or you could potentially find a cave that goes through to the other side. Like here's one, right? So this section right here is a zone, and then over here is a different zone. And so if you were to find this cave here, if you were to follow this cave and make it through all the baddies, then you will pop out on the other side. I just happen to know that this cave goes here. So now I'm here on the other side, right? And I was over there. So you can also find an underground cave to get from one section to another. So you'll be going through the world, exploring these different zones. I have AI-generated quest system, so you'll be picking up quests from different guys and potentially recruiting colonists throughout the world. There's a building system. You know, you can build things, build your colony, recruit colonists. You'll want to make them happy. They'll have different desires and stuff. You'll need to get them gear. You'll need to defend your colony, and then you'll maybe want to go out and explore again. And as you level up, I'm thinking maybe every few levels, I don't know what the cadence will be, but every few levels you'll get like maybe 3 abilities to pick from when you're leveling, and those abilities will be unique to your class. And so as you level, you'll start to create a build. You'll start to build out a build. And you have talents. These talents will be static, but you'll need to pick ones that complement the abilities that you've gotten. And I do want it to have a high difficulty curve. That if you know, there are wrong choices, right? And there are bad builds, right? I don't want everything to be viable, essentially. So when you die, you start over at level 1. And then you go through that process again. Your colony is still there. Everything that you've done in the world is still there. All the quests, you still have them, right? But you yourself as a character in the world have reset to level 1. There will be some form of meta progression. You'll get to spend some currency when you die or something, you know, that will affect your next run. And, you know, maybe you've set up your colony really well. So there's maybe you recruited a really good blacksmith that can craft you good gear, right? So then you the next time you run, you have better gear than you would have had before, right? At that level. And so there's some form of meta progression there, just kind of baked into the Colony Sim system. But then you'll get to select new abilities, right? Potentially some of the same ones, but you know, you'll hopefully I'll have enough abilities for each class to where every run will be different. Hopefully, we'll see. Please don't make it mostly passives. The abilities you choose from, oh no, definitely no. Here's a little bit of combat. So fireball, I'll throw a dot on him. We'll do a melee swing, melee special attack. I'll freeze him. Oh, that missed. That missed. Finish him off with another fireball. There we go. Waiting for my mana to regen now, then I'll cast a heal. There we go. So I got mana. I'll do a heal now. So yeah, very, very active abilities. There will be passives as well, but I don't know. Like the passives are going to be more so things that's what the talent tree is for. Like intense shadows increase critical strike chance with shadow spells by 5%. Fire starter, your direct fire damage has a 4% chance per level to inflict the target with a burn, which will cause X fire damage every half second for 5 seconds. So you set the target on fire, right? So those are going to be like your passives, and that's kind of what connects all your abilities together, is going to be your talents. Is it not better to quest? Is it not better quest to be done because if they will repeat, it will make it boring? Buddy, I'm going to need you to try again. I'm going to need you to try again with that sentence. I understand English may not be everyone's first language, but that's going to be kind of hard for me to respond to. That's kind of hard for me to respond to. They will be AI generated quests, so there should be a very high level of variability there. And I intend to, I'm using the Gemini API, and maybe I can show this. Let me find a colonist over here. Do you have a name? Yeah, Xenon Sunstone over here. Xenon Sunstone. Let me generate a quest here. Okay, so I sent an API request out to the Gemini API. I'm using Gemini because it has a large context window, 1 million context window, which is essentially 4 Game of Thrones novels. It's a long context, so I will be able to dump my entire lore into the prompt. And I'm going to dump everything that has happened in the game. Right now I don't have that, but I'm dumping my entire item database into the prompt. I'm dumping every other colonist that's spawned into the world, along with their traits and their backgrounds and their like class and stuff like that. So these are AI generated as well. They're just picked from a database for right now, but this is Xenon Sunstone, 32-year-old male dwarf paladin. Love that. He's stubborn and dumb. Oh, I love that. That is such a great dwarf paladin trait. Stubborn and dumb. In his background, Xenon had a normal childhood, growing up in a loving and supporting family who always encouraged his adventurous spirit. Wow. In his adulthood, despite lacking intelligence, Xenon makes up for it in unwavering bravery and dedication to his friends. So let's see what quest got generated from the AI here. The missing spark stones. Ah. Right then, lass. Old man Giblet sent word that his spark stones are gone. Clean as a whistle. That village needs their light. I need you to go down to Giblet's mine and figure out what happened to those spark stones. Should be a simple investigation, right? Should be a simple investigating. So I think it baked in like a dwarf lingo here, which is funny. Bring a satchel and pickaxe so you can mine new spark stones if needed out on the western rock face. And so here's the quest itself here. And this is like, I got a JSON response from the AI, and I've like been able to deserialize that and actually put it into like a quest log and stuff for the player. It says Xenon Sunstone has asked me to investigate the disappearance of spark stones from Old Man Giblet's mine near the Whispering Caves. The village needs these stones to power their lanterns and light their homes, and Xenon fears that darkness attracts undesirable things. I need to travel south to the Whispering Caves, and further south to Giblet's mine, investigate and potentially mine new spark stones if needed. Now, the difficult part of this is actually getting these grounded in the world. Like, I have no doubt that I can get location names, the item names, village names. I have confidence that I can get all that in there. The directions, like south of blank, north of blank, that's going to be hard to get it to do. Because I do actually have it able to spawn things in the world. Sometimes when it says go defeat like 5 bandits, it'll spawn in the bandits. It's terrible at picking locations for those now, though. Tell me more about Old Man Giblet. Giblet's a stubborn old goat, been mining sparkstones for longer than I've been alive, I reckon. Lives out in that mine, keeps mostly to himself, not always the easiest to deal with. But he's got a good heart, somewhere under all that rock dust. What are sparkstones used for? They're special stones that give off a soft, warm light, keeps the village safe and cozy at night. Essential they are. I'll do it, Xenon, anything to help. Good, good. You can count on you. Now, Giblet, he gets a bit scatterbrained, so bring with you a satchel and pickaxe. Now, you may be asking why a pickaxe. Well, there's a decent chance that even under the circumstances, Giblet will be too stubborn to give up his precious supplies and will not part with the tools required to mine any new sparkstones. So yeah, I got that quest now. I mean, if you die, the quest should not repeat. Yeah, so they don't repeat, they just don't reset, is what I meant. So like, the world state doesn't reset when you die. The world state continues on. And I'm going to potentially do a little bit of a short static time skip when you die. So maybe that your colony might get raided while you're dead, or maybe they just acquire some more resources. So when you come back, you know, there's a bountiful harvest for you to come back to. And then the quests are still in the same state that you left them in. So they're still there, right? And you'll always be getting new quests in the world due to the nature of an AI-generated quest, so. What if instead of location names, quests might refer to the visuals of a location? I mean, I hope it can do both, right? So I'm going to be encoding in, you know, like these names are very flavorful. Like the Shadowfell. Like right now they're just purely random, so they don't actually represent what's in the zone. Duskwither Bastion, but eventually I'll be like coming up with a bunch of attributes for each zone. What spawned there, what mobs are there, what resources are there, what major points of interest are there, what does the terrain look like there, what kind of terrain features are there. I'll pass all that into the AI so that it can generate a name that's flavorful for the zone, which I think will be really fun. And then I can use all those tags in combination with the name to pass into the quest generation so that it can reference it that way. And I'll probably pass in the neighboring zones potentially so that you can have some quests that go across different zones, you know, which I think will be cool. You'll find goblins south of the Red Mountains. Yeah, so that kind of thing, I very much want to do that, but it's the south part that I think is going to be hard. He's basically saying if the quest is randomized, if they repeat too much, they become boring. My suggestion is you need rest type activity like fishing and hunting. I'll definitely have both of those things. That's not like that's like separate from the questing system. But they're AI generated, right? These are LLM generated quests, so they're going to be different every time. These are not procedurally generated quests where there will be, you know, there will be some sort of pattern. There are, you know, I have to encode them somehow, so there will be some sort of pattern, but the quest flavor will be different every time. Every world is different as well, so every quest that takes place in the world will be different. And I'll be taking these quests, and I will be building an overarching story for your world each playthrough, right? Some main level quest, like I said, there is going to be some lore, so it's going to relate to that. Every world that you play through will have a different storyline at different micro and macro levels, right? Each zone is going to kind of have its own story to tell, but it's all going to relate back to some overarching story, some overarching main goal potentially for the world. So it should be very, very dynamic. And the questing system is just kind of one thing that you can interact with. That's like the RPG side of the game. There's also the entire Colony Sim side of the game. And yeah, there will be things like fishing, hunting. I also want to do some collecting type things. Like if you've ever played Animal Crossing, you'll know exactly what I mean, because I want to have like a museum, right? A little bit of archaeology I think would be fun. Archaeology, collecting fish, collecting bugs. I also want to have like an armory collection as well. So collecting every weapon in the game, every piece of armor in the game. I think that would be cool. But yeah, very, very big scope for the game. So I am the scope creep king. But yeah, that's the game. That is the game. But I need to get back to work now. Thank you all for dropping by. If you need to go, please do so. But happy to have Prismatica raid and to accumulate all of his lurkers. I love me some lurkers. So yeah, back to working on hauling. Of course, the nav mesh just crashed. That's wonderful that it did that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Why are you broken? You're lying. You are lying to me. That is not actually broken. So yeah, I was working on a container building, getting the inventory to show up properly, so that the player can interact with the container and put stuff in it. And then I also need the entities to be able to put stuff in it. So that's kind of what I'm working on, is putting things into a container right now for the hauling task specifically. So let's see where I'm at with that. Oh, humanoid NPC is broken at the moment. Oh yeah, I changed that task. Build haul. Build hauling task. I think we're good now. Okay. Chest. Build the chest. Yes. Now this opens. Yeah, and I have the desired inventory items as well, which is nice. Yeah, the update doesn't do anything. So let me see. Maybe I can copy that over to handle item settings changed. Yeah. Update desired. Oh, yeah. I have it is reusable. It is 100% reusable. Storage settings items, storage. Yeah. Nice. So, oh my god, I was so glad I wrote that way, because now it just works. It works beautifully, and I don't have to do a whole lot, do I? Oh no, that was a function on... No, it wasn't actually. Update desired inventory items. Entity, oh, I'm grabbing it from the entity context object. So yeah, I will need to make that a bit reusable. I just don't want most quests to kill thing A for X amount or gather thing C and send place B, which are the easiest quest type. While they work, if most quests are just like that, it will feel the same. I mean, would you rather there not be quests? I get that those are very samey feeling, but to me, the quests are just a lever, a mechanism to get the player to experience certain things in the game. And I don't necessarily think that because if you think of a game like Witcher 3, the quests are the same. They don't feel the same because the impact feels greater, right? The quests in Witcher, the only difference is like there are some investigation type tasks, but all quests in games are go here, do this thing, come back to me, which that's every quest in every game, even in something like Witcher, which everyone lauds for having like really nice quests, right? But the quests in Witcher, they're more narrative focused, they have an impact, it changes the outcome of the story, each quest you do. So even though it's, you're just going here and killing the Striga or whatever, go there and kill the fucking Griffin, right? It's a lot more impactful and it feels a lot more compelling, even though that's the same type of quest. Going and killing a monster. Like, the whole loop of Witcher is like, go to town's kind of weird, take money for killing a monster, some bounty, do some investigation on the monster, figure out that the monster is some curse from some girl or some shit, solve it. And then you either kill the monster or something, right? Like, that's the kind of loop of Witcher. But that feels really compelling because of how it's grounded in the world and what impact it has on the world, on all the characters you've met. And so the reason you feel like go here, kill 10 of these things is because it's completely uncircumstantial. That's why that you hate those kinds of quests. Now, if the quest was go to the like if there's a bandit cave or a bandit camp harassing, like say you build a colony, say there's a friendly colony or we'll say neutral colony nearby. You run it, you find that colony, you find out through talking to the colonists there that there is a bandit camp nearby that's harassing them. And they're like, hey, we'd love to trade with you, but we can't because this bandit camp is harassing us. We need all our stuff for ourselves. If you were to take care of that, maybe you'd gain enough reputation. I'm going to have a reputation system between colonies, but the hook there is that there is a world state that's happening. Your actions are going to change that world state. That is going to impact the future world state. And that you go in there and you clear out the bandit camp. You come back to that colony, you turn in that quest. You get a reputation. Your reputation increases with that colony. Now you have these two colonies, an AI NPC ran one and yours, that can now like trade with each other, interact with each other. Maybe they can help you defend. Maybe you can help them defend, right? So that is a lot more compelling than something like an MMO quest that, you know, can't really affect world state because you have to share the world state with all the players, right? But even then, you can just take the world state and you just need to make it happen at a more macro level, right? Which is, I think, what something like Ashes of Creation is trying to do. We'll see if that game ever comes out, though. But yeah, this isn't an MMO, so I'm not going to have that problem of like having to share the world state with the other players, right? Like if the same thing I just said with the bandit camp and colony example, if you did that in an MMO and it worked the same way, like the world would be barren. There would be nothing to do, right? But I think what you would change there, or at least what I would change, is that even though, you know, same circumstance, same situation, make it on a larger scale, make it, because in MMOs you kind of need respawns to make the world not feel so dead. But maybe instead of, you get reputation per kill, per bandit kill, and there is a, you know, some random chance, and that random chance increases the more that of those that are killed by any player, not just you. And then the players that, you know, maybe all the players collectively on a server kill enough bandits to where, you know, that's no longer a problem for that colony. That colony evolves somehow because of that. And then the players that impacted that the most, you know, get higher standing or something, you know. That's how you'd probably handle that in an MMO setting, even though it is still just go to X place and kill Y thing, right? The outcome of your actions needs to have impact. The thing that you're doing needs to be grounded in the world. To me, that's what makes a difference. I will get off my soapbox now. Yeah, so this has an entity context object on it. So I just need to pass in the desired inventory. And then it returns it, yeah. Input and output. So this should be like a uparam ref. I should change this real quick. This shouldn't be too bad. So no more entity context object, I don't think. Do I need like a world or anything? Get item hierarchy tag children. What am I doing? Oh, that's just a world context object now at that point. And that's just so I can get the game mode, I think. What am I doing? I don't know what I was doing. I kind of blanked there. Yeah, we're going to change it from an entity context object. Yeah, oh, I was going to look at the call site. That's what I was doing. That's why I came over here. So there's the humanoid NPC version. You can hide inventory and stuff for now. Base object, get those out of the way. We're just working on container, humanoid NPC. Okay, so yeah, that passes that. Okay, yeah. I am on board now. So now we need change this to world context object. Refactor this. Shift F6, yeah. World context object, put that in there, get desired inventory items. So I will need to pass in the ref, which is a uparam ref. Uparam ref of desired items. And yeah, the inventory is now all this desired inventory items. There we go. Okay, so now that that has been done, we will get the new parameter there. I'm just going to sketch this out, kind of. So we will need to get entity data BP using self as the entity context object, entity data class, inventory, entity data. Promote that to a local variable, inventory data. Now is valid. I need to check if that's valid, and then I also need to get inventory component. Check if that's valid. If all of that is the case, wait, no, desired. Yeah, no, that's what I need to do. Okay, and then we pass that in. Good. Good. And then we pass it back out, which isn't necessary. Just kind of a nicety. Okay, so compile, save that, and let's rebuild there, and then we can reuse it for both situations. Okay. Okay, there we are. This is on the... Wait, all my shit just disappeared. I literally... I saved that. You guys saw me. I saved it. I clicked Control S. God damn it, I hate blueprints, man. Ugh, get entity data. I didn't click save 3 different times. That's probably the issue. Ugh. So stupid. Spam save at least for 4 to... Oh, is it 4 to 6? Ah, see, I only did 3 times. God. Tim Sweeney, damn it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Increment all. Okay. Boop. Pass those down. Okay. File save. Yay. What's wrong here? Not pass a read-only variable. Ooh, do I have to... Is there a get by ref? Oh. Can I not... Oh, it's blueprint read only. I know. Okay. Inventory data. So I gotta change that. Yeah, it's blueprint read only, right? Blueprint read right. Okay. Okay, rebuild. Hopefully I saved again. I fucking only saved once though. I want to make a nav mesh crash counter, but that seems rude and I'm lazy. Yeah, if you did that for every type of crash I had, you'd be a busy guy or gal. What are the chances that's saved? What are the chances that's saved? Slim to none. Okay, that saved that time. That saved that time. Which one is best for making models, Unreal or Blender? I mean, that's up to you to decide, my dude. There was no one single answer for any best question. I feel like most people would say you should probably start with Blender because that's what it's built for. But, just... You know, it depends on what you're doing. Like, you gotta figure that out on your own. No one can answer that for you. But I'm no modeling expert, so I've not modeled anything actually, so I'm the wrong person to ask. Anyways. Okay, so that's working. That's working. But can I actually update the Blender? Unreal's modeling capabilities are pretty rudimentary. What if he wants to do things that are pretty rudimentary? Then Blender may be overkill, right? It's all fucked up now. Okay, but that's, I need to do click and drag for my inventory too. But yeah, that's working. Okay, that one works better. Yeah, the chest is not working properly. It's not persisting. Uh-oh. Well, that might be the issue. Inventory data. Oh, that's a local variable. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder it's not working. Okay, does that work properly now? Yep, that works. And do we persist? Now my escape button is not working properly. Yeah, escape does not toggle. It does not hide the inventory. Does it do that on does it do that on the character? Yeah, it does. Okay. Now, you probably just manually call it, I'm gonna guess. So let's go into here, end interaction, set that there. Let's get local player HUD. Let's get target inventory UI ref, hide inventory. There we go. Oh, it doesn't, I don't, yeah, what do I do in here that puts my... Oh, I manually, yeah, hide target inventory, there we go, that's what I want. Okay. Yeah, now it works. Yep, now it works. Okay. Okay, so we have the container working. Nice. Now we can do the actual give item and receive item for the pickup action. So I need to give the item to the player. Now I probably just need to write some functions on the inventory component for like trading items. Which should maybe be a static function. You know what that calls for? My generic utils, baby. The file's just screaming, no, please don't. I have inventory in here somewhere, right? Yeah, there it is. So let's write a static for trading items. Static. I think I want to return a bool here. Bool here. Trade item. From inventory to inventory, and the item and the quantity. Yeah, we would want that information. I would want that information. Int 32. Okay. Okay, so what do I want to do here? We want to trade an item. We want to take an item from an inventory and put it into an inventory. I probably need a slot as well, right? And I'm actually thinking that maybe there is a... So this would be like a click and drag from inventory to inventory. I'm thinking this may actually need to be like a... Would you want to swap? If you drug it onto a slot that already has something in it, would you actually want to swap those? I don't know, let's not worry about the swap. Let's just worry about the slot. Joe, let me be the first to say good luck on your journey. And I'm going to warn you that you are doing you are embarking upon a very long and arduous journey here in game dev. And there are going to be many questions that you have as you go along. And you're going to need to find the answers to those questions. And you can take advice from people, but ultimately your situation is different than everyone else's, right? And so you are going to need to take other people's advice that you find on the internet, and you're going to need to correlate it to what you're doing. And you're going to need to try things out, and you're going to fail, and then that's okay. You just need to learn from it. But you know, you're at the very start. If you're asking questions like, what should I use to model things, and you're planning on making a mecha game in 2 years or more, I'm just giving you warning. There's going to be a lot that you're going to need to figure out. It's going to be a lot. So yeah, good luck. Remember to have fun, first of all. It should be fun. So focus on fun first. My item quantity. I don't know that I want that defaulted. Quantity, and then we'll do slot index as well. And that can be equal to -1. We can default that one. Okay. So I'm just going to say, let's get some checks out of the way here. If there is no from inventory or to inventory or item, return false. Get that out of the way. Now to inventory. Can fit in inventory. We'll do can fit in inventory item, but I think there's probably a better one for me to use here. What am I using that for? Because I need to like... I guess I'm just checking that the entire item can fit in the inventory. I guess I need to spin up like a new item with the desired with the quantity on it. Could stack slots for the item. Yeah, I would need to spin up a new item. Yeah, which I think I should probably do anyway, right? So I'm gonna say view my item. This is going to be item to trade. I'll say if item quantity is not equal to quantity. Well, first, oh wow, hang on. Clone, yes. Although that would be a nice function to have because I do that in several places. Yeah, I should make a split item function. Call this return my item split item, and I would need the int32 quantity. And it's going to return the new item. Returns the new item. Come on, AI, you can do it. Okay, let's make a copy. Is there an easy, is there like there is a duplicate object, right? Source object this outer equals whatever this is. Get outer. New item. New item dot quantity return new item. That's literally it. That is literally it. Well, let's do something like this. If quantity less than or equals to 0, yeah, that is the kind of log that I would want to do. Should never happen though. Let's do this. If it's equal, I want to reverse these. Okay. And if this, then I can use this function because it should have the proper quantity on it now. Oh man, I missed the refactor. Can you do it again? Yeah, let me just, I'll undo that 62 file commit just for you, Odd. Just for you. Welcome in. Ooh, happy Saturday. We're working on hauling right now. That's what we're doing now. So I'm working on when a container is being interacted with the proper action, which is the pickup item action or the store item action. I'm writing a function for trading an item between inventories right now to handle it. So I have a from inventory, a to inventory, the item to trade, the quantity, and if there's a particular slot index that it should go in. Now, I don't think I want to handle like the swap situation. Let me handle that here too. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to be like to do handle swapping. Honest, getting smarter every day. They do be, and I'm really happy with the refactor. It was kind of a slog. They were like, I think it was five stream. I think it took 5 or 6 streams to get through it, but the system now is very nice to work with, and I understand it really well, and the hauling is coming together quite nicely. Handle swapping. So I need to see if the to inventory has this slot. Do I have a? I think I just grabbed the contents. Maybe I should write, I kind of want to just write a function for that real quick. So I have the inventory, use item at index, get item index. And maybe I should get item at index or something. I guess I don't have that, do I? Find first index of class. Yeah, let's write a quick function for that. So we're going to get item index and then get item at index. And then that returns a UMyItem pointer. Come on, AI, you can get this one. Come on, I believe in you. There you go. You wrote so much code to do so little. So little. How is your project going? I know you've been, I saw something about class design and I got jealous. I was like, ooh, I want to work on class design. Little jealous, not gonna lie. Return false. To do handle swapping, yeah. Okay, so if it, I guess we don't need to do can fit in inventory because if there is something out of that slot, we're just going to return. So it needs to be an empty slot. So we actually don't need to do anything there. Got the animation system upgrade complete, and then unblocked my playable classes. Hell yeah. I definitely need to do an animation system overhaul myself as well. So we have Druid, Warrior, Mage, each with unique ability sets now. What is, tell me about your Druid class. I think Warrior and Mage are kind of self-explanatory, but tell me about your Druid class. I feel like a Druid class can go a lot of different directions, right? Are we doing shape-shifting? Because that's a lot. That's a lot for indie dev to handle shape-shifting and stuff. Item to trade. Yeah, so I guess I just put this in the slot, right? Do I have something like that? Do I have something like that? Yeah, I have add to inventory. Item to trade. Yeah. And I can return whether that, I can return the boolean from that function. Make sure that does the right thing. There's no item, returns false. Add to contents. Item inserted at index. If item quantity is greater than 0, we rename it to, we reparent it, yeah, which is good. Call on inventory updated and be success. Nice. So yeah, the on inventory updated should update that. I think I might need to, I need to add to inventory and then also potentially remove from inventory as well. Bool add success. I mean, I should know that they're both, yeah, I should just know from, and then I'll need to say if the item to trade, this is the, I'm going to refactor this to original item. I don't know, actually. I'm going to call this item to trade. So we're going to call this split item. Split item. Yeah, so we'll add the split item in the inventory, and then we check if the original item, which now I'm calling item to trade. If item to trade quantity, I mean, I should remove it. Yeah, I should only remove it if the quantity is less than or equal to 0, which it should never be less than, but just in case. From inventory, remove from inventory. I don't have remove specific item. I guess I get item index, right? For the item to trade, yeah. Druid so far has a nature poison kit, hell yeah. Focused on strong single target damage, and a heal that explodes damaging, a heal that explodes, comma, damaging poisoned enemies. I love that, that sounds very flavorful and fun to play. Okay, let's rebuild there. I think shapeshifting would be cool. Yeah, you gotta have. That's what I meant by like, because like the way you did druid, yeah, totally, 100%. That's druid coded, for sure. But a druid can also be kind of like almost like a ranger type thing. You know, it could also be kind of like an archer, hunter, ranger type vibe as well. It could also do, you know, the nature, poison, thorns, you know, type stuff. And I mean, you saw what WoW did with the druid, where there's also like they have like this sun and moon vibe to the balanced druid, you know, like the arcane druid. And my druid is using archer animation set. Oh, okay, so it's like ranged. It is ranged. I didn't know if it was casting poison spells or shooting poison arrows. Like I said, a lot of different ways you can go with that class, which is fun. And then shapeshifting, of course, is one of them as well. And in Baldur's Gate, druids do like fire damage. You know, in D&D, druids have fire spells, which is weird to me. I want a 30-minute with Kevin Jordan. I'll pay. Hey, do you want me to reach out to him in Discord? Check on the old Kevin Jordan. The old Kevin Jordan disc here. Does it exist anymore? There it is. Ask me anything. Here we go. We got some new Kevin Jordan lore. Any position dev insights on the stop killing games initiative put forward by Accursed Farms. I have a million thoughts. I haven't looked into it too much, but my worry is that just killing games is bad in K and that's it. Is that it's just killing games is bad in K and that's it. A sentiment with no actual plan of action, so it won't really go anyplace. I think Pirate Software tried to talk about what a potential plan of action might look like, and the plan he came up with was a silly one, so naturally everyone hated it, but it's a stretch to dogpile on him because suddenly wants to kill games because his theoretical plan wasn't a good one. Seems to me he was just trying to advance the conversation and people wanted to stay in their feelings instead. I mean, the actual issue with that was that Pirate Software was just completely fucking wrong about what they were saying. That's the actual issue. Is he active? This was end of last week. Other thing to add is that the last thing you probably want is politicians and lawyers who don't know anything about the subject matter. This is what I was saying too. To come up with their own plan for regulations, that's a recipe for disaster. There's a time not too long ago where people wanted to regulate what could and couldn't be said / shown in video games because it was corrupting our kids in the same way rock and roll does. A bunch of politicians got together and wanted to make rules on what was and wasn't okay to do. Thankfully, the initiative failed because at the end of the day, it's probably better that they don't go anywhere near game dev when it comes to this stuff. Lastly, I know this is a worldwide initiative, but in the US, we're always struggled with free market versus government oversight. We have a buyer beware attitude that's really prominent right now. So if you can hustle and con someone into buying something that's bad for them, good on you. We love the outlaw hustle in this country, and government regulation goes against that idea. I'm not saying it's right, but that's where we are. Companies screw us over all the time. Pirate, I worked for Blizzard, so I know everything software. Yeah, basically. Today feels different. I woke up early. Is it because of your refactor? Yeah, I might have touched some of your code. Your internal code, Worm Dev. Sorry about that. You didn't see the commit message? It just said fix things. When was the last time free meant free? Knowing what we know about alcohol and cigarettes, why is it okay to poison people with those things? This is all in service of the idea that if everyone is an adult, let people sell things to others and let people buy things and leave the government out of it. So yeah, he's taking a very laissez-faire approach to stop killing games there. And yeah, this middle paragraph is the one I most agree with here on him. I think he got the pirate software situation a little bit wrong, but don't blame him. He can't be up to speed on everything. I think there was some like rightness in what he's saying in that pirate software was trying to just further the conversation in some way. He did it in a fucking terrible way, but yeah. But yeah, I said this whenever I ranted about it like a couple weeks ago, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was like, I don't trust politicians to actually do the right thing about it. And I also don't even think it is legislatable without, I don't think it's legislatable without actually affecting software as a whole. And once you start doing that, it's not, I should say, it's not effectively legislated until you word it in such a way where it affects all software. And when you do that, the big boys are coming out, you know, and they're not going to let that happen, right? You're fighting Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, all those boys, you know, and you can't win that. Can't win that. God, this guy's got such a long comment. He's saying Pirate misunderstood. Pirate also, so this guy's pointing out that Pirate also misunderstood, mischaracterized the situation. Yes, it needs to start with sentiment, and I agree with that sentiment. Now it needs details, and I haven't seen anyone on the Pirate software side put forth any actual details on how to make this happen, because you can't. Every detail you try to put on something like this, there is a very easy loophole. There is a very, very easy loophole. You know, it's like, oh, just like, and the terminology that gets used is like, well, we just want games to be in some playable state. It's like, how the fuck do you legislate in some playable state? I don't think you can effectively. Such that a bad faith business couldn't get around it. I don't think you can. I haven't really looked in, so there may be some. You can lay out some basic goals, even in layman terms, to get the ball rolling. Talk about the obligations of the companies that make the game more in detail. Talk about the obligations of the companies that make the game in more detail. E.g., paying to keep servers running, releasing proprietary code. Talk about the costs. The consumers will be willing to absorb more expensive games, fewer games. Nothing is free in this world, and my experience with gamers, don't forget I'm one too, is that we want the most benefits for the least cost. At some point, we have to be realistic, and that's what That's why getting into more detail matters. If you do that, what you'll likely find is that people start splitting into a bunch of different camps almost immediately and arguing about the execution. You're absolutely right in that we shouldn't just do nothing and take it, but to a large extent, the free market sorts this out. The worst abusers of consumers eventually fail, and better business models take their place with innovation and quality products. Power world. That's the idea anyway. Should government oversight only involve itself in making sure that the process is healthy and unimpeded, or should it take a more active role in exchange between seller and buyer? What an intellectual discourse. I know, right? But yeah, I mean, this is really just, it really is free market. Because, like, you could just say, well, we just want businesses to be more upfront about what we're getting when we're buying the game. You know, can I play it all? And that's in the terms of service, right? That is already there. Whether or not that's clear, that's a different question. Whether or not that's clear and upfront, that's a different question, right? A project with integration to AWS would be quite difficult to preserve it forever the way this movement wants, but yeah, I'm not getting into this debate. I'm nobody. I mean, like, what the people in the debate would say is, yeah, playable in some state. And what they have in their heads is like, oh yeah, just don't do the server part. You know, they don't necessarily understand that if you don't set it up to not use the server from the beginning, that's actually a lot of work, right? That's a lot of work. Now, it can be a trivial amount of work if you're expecting to do that, right? Do I also want this to be played single player? I'm going to build my server and my code in a way that it works for both. And it's not, it wouldn't be that much more work, you know, planned for. But yeah, if it's just the playable in some state, you could take a online game, and let's just say, let's say World of Warcraft. You could take that game, just create a fucking flat level, load the player there. That's your playable state. There's nothing to do. All you can do is run around. There's nothing like that. That is playable, right? Technically. So it's like you can't legislate for every game what you can say, like, oh, it needs to be 80% of functionality needs to be there. But it's like, how the fuck do you put a percentage on functionality or something? Without the server part, my project is nothing. Maybe get to the main screen, play against bots. Yeah, but like, again, you'd have to code the bots, you know, like, and it's like, there's no legislation that says you have to code the bots. Pong on the main menu. See, there's another example. You're paying for Pong, and then while that's still financially viable for us, you can also play the MMO, right? Like, it's such a stupid, easy loophole to get around. I don't really think there's a way to legislate it unless you, like I said, affect all software. In which case, it's a much bigger issue that you're never going to get through. You're never going to get through that. And I don't think we necessarily should, right? I think as long as companies are straightforward and have it in their terms of service or something, what you're actually getting for what you pay for, that's the best we can do, realistically. And what I love for live service games to be given back to the players after they shut down in a good faith state, I would love for that, right? I would love for that, right? I mean, that is how something like classic WoW came back to be, right? If players didn't reverse engineer the original version of World of Warcraft, we wouldn't have classic WoW right now. But, you know, being able to do something like that as a community of players is also has its own considerations. I think there's also a fair amount of assumption with Pirate Software's take. Many assume malice by saying he intentionally mischaracterized the plan. I see it more as him guessing as to what the movement might think on how it would work, since it doesn't lay it out. I mean, dude, I read the FAQ. Took 5 minutes. I immediately understood he was wrong. Like, when you have an audience that big, you can't just shoot from the hip on stuff like that, right? And the problem with Pirate Software is the way he talks is very matter-of-factly. It can be a little arrogant. It can be a little arrogant sometimes. But he doesn't say, like, things like, from what I understand, here's what the movement's doing, right? Or something like that. He says, here's what it is, here's how it is, here's how it should be, right? So that's his problem there. What's next in? Valve now owes you hard copies when they shut down servers. Both of these ain't gonna happen. I mean, they've promised that. Not hard copies, but downloadable copies, right? They promised it. And I think that you would be able to take them to court over that. If it's in the, you know, like agreement or whatever. Very difficult to know who's right, but ultimately it doesn't matter. I think his biggest mistake was assuming details on how it might work as what the original creator actually wanted, and felt like that whole idea should be tossed out. Naturally, because many respect his opinion on other things, they sided with him against Stop Killing Games, and actual harm was done. Here's the thing though, if your big progressive idea can't survive confused people misunderstanding it, that says a lot about your idea and how it might need some work. Really well-crafted idea that's moving us into a better place most people want is incredibly difficult to stop. I love this meme. Too real. Didn't expect to see Kevin Jordan commenting on Stop Killing Games. Yeah, I agree that the Stop Killing Games should have been more opinionated as to what the legislation should be. Because they don't, on their fact, they say that they don't have particular legislation in mind, and that they just want politicians to start that discussion. And, you know, for things we pointed out already, like, politicians they don't fucking know what they're talking about when it comes to video games. So, I mean, first of all, why would you let that up to chance? And also, like, I think the reason they did that is because they might have realized that it is really difficult to legislate it. I agree with what you said about the impossibility of this legislation and why restrict it to games. What about websites, other online services, Instagram? This thing is just done. Right. And that's exactly what I meant, where, like, you can't word this in a way to where it only applies to games in any effective manner. And then once you do that, of course, Facebook, you know, Meta, Zuckerberg's not going to let that happen, right? Bezos ain't going to let that happen. And even if you do come up with a law, like, there's fucking easy as shit ways to get around it, right? Like, laughably easy. It doesn't prevent bad actors. And really the only thing we have is just the reputation is all we have to prevent this, right? Like, we should sully the reputation of whatever game, like, it was Ubisoft, right, that did The Crew that started this? The Crew was the game, right? Let me check. Let me. The Crew. Yep. Ubisoft, yeah. It was Ubisoft. So, yeah, Ubisoft's reputation should be fucking ruined because of this. Like, their reputation already isn't great anymore. But the fact that they took down a largely single-player game that people paid for in such a way that they can't play it anymore, that started this whole thing. Like, yeah, don't buy games from Ubisoft anymore. That's the best thing we can do, and I know that's not a very satisfying option for a lot of people, and I get that. It's not satisfying to me either, but it's the best thing we have. Like, I don't buy Ubisoft games. I haven't bought a Ubisoft game since Assassin's Creed 2. You know? I see you're working from a petitions to actually accomplish something standpoint that you may have in Europe. We don't have that here. We got 100 million people to sign a petition to build a Death Star here in the US, and still nothing. I didn't know that. That's funny. Comes from a crowd that probably despises cancel culture. Kevin Jordan doing a lot of Pirate Software defending here, and I don't entirely disagree with that. I like 60-70% disagree with defending Pirate Software in that regard. Like seeing the individual clips of him being like, why are you getting mad about something I said fucking 10 months ago? It's like, bro, because you destroyed the fucking movement because of what you said. And you got it completely wrong. Something that you can figure out in 5 minutes. Like he did such a strong disservice to the movement that it actually turned positive because of how wrong and how impactful it was. Because now more people know about the movement because of that fucking drama. That's so funny. Now Pirate is back with the masses of regular people, and he slides right back into I'm the smartest person in the room. Setting and finding out that you better be right about everything or the normies will eat you alive. A little humanity goes a long way to rebuild a frayed connection, but if you always double down, there's only one direction it can ultimately go. Yeah, and that's what he fucking does. I wish for Pirate Software to hate on all my future games. I know, right? That's like the best press you can get, right? Pirate Software, so hot on live stream fails right now. If only he had used Ranked 1 Blizzard and apologized. I mean, dude, there's so much different he could have done, right? He literally used his mana. Like, you can totally see the type of thought process. Like when I watched that clip, he's like, what do you want me to do? I have no mana. And then he immediately uses what remaining mana he actually had to cast spells that protected himself. He used Blink. He used Mana Shield, which cost mana to cast Mana Shield, and then also when you get hit, it will use your mana. It's like, bro, that is the most selfish. Those are the two most selfish spells you could have casted in that moment, right? It's so funny, man. It's so funny. And if he would have just, which is okay, I would be thinking from a self-preservation standpoint in that situation as well. But he was so fucking far out of danger when he casted those spells. Like, it was so unnecessary. Like, yeah, I'm getting myself on the perimeter of the danger, right? I'm not going to stand right next to some mobs when we're doing a tactical retreat. I'm going to be doing a little bit of self-preservation myself. But again, at the end, if he just would have been like, yeah, my bad, should have played better. That's literally all it would have fucking have taken. It's so funny, man. It is so fucking funny. It's one of those guys who ridicules others and laughs with his community of expert Twitch viewers, not uncommon. Yeah, he did the same thing, like, right after that hardcore WoW thing happened. Like, I saw a clip of him, I forget exactly what it was, so don't quote me on this, but he was playing Ashes of Creation, and, like, he blamed a wipe on the rest of his raid, on the rest of his guild, saying everyone was fucking up and shit, when, like, he pulled something that he wasn't supposed to. Like, he accidentally pulled something and caused the wipe. And he blamed literally everyone else on it. And it's just like, Jesus, man. He's talking about actual games now. Okay, listen up. Blink is like 12% base or something, but he could have spammed so many rank 1 blizzards to save people. It hurts my butt. Yeah, he casted the max rank blizzard instead. He could have just been doing like rank 1 frost bolts too. Or he could have done a frost nova. Frost nova probably would have been the best option there. Rank 1 frost nova. Which every mage knows you never even use more than rank 1 frost nova. You never use it. Because you're spending more mana to do a negligible amount more damage. And the actual like freeze duration I don't think actually is any different, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's talk about gameplay loops with Kevin Jordan, class designer of Vanilla WoW. With Helldivers 2 and Deep Rock Galactic, I've had the experience of first enjoying the game a lot, but getting bored with it within 10 to 20 hours. I've tried to figure out why that is, because I do think many aspects of those games are of good quality, controls, visual, sound, etc. One thing I've come to realize is that I became conscious of the gameplay loop of those games pretty fast, and that began to take away my motivation to play. I totally get that take. I feel that so fucking hard. When I feel like I can see the end of the game, that's when I stop playing. When I can see the finish line, I'm no longer motivated to finish the game. And I have so many fucking unfinished games, and my girlfriend gives me shit about not completing Baldur's Gate 3. And it's that exact feeling. Like, I've realized the gameplay loop. I've realized the story loop. You know, I lose interest, basically. Personally, can't care less. I see the stop killing games as pressure no developer should have to deal with. I mean, like I said before, if you plan for it up front, it's not that much work. It's not that much extra work to allow your game to be played offline. And again, for single player games, zero issue, right? But for an online game, if you plan for it up front to be played, you know, with a local connection or connect to private servers or something like that, it's not that much extra work when you shut the lights off. It's barely anything. But if you don't plan for that, then it is a lot of work to change an entire system and architecture to do that when it hasn't been set up for that. So it's like, is it extra pressure? Like, to me, it's just all about reputation. If you don't want the reputation of, like, for me as an indie developer, like, I want my game to be played, right? I want people to love and enjoy my game. That's what I want. I don't think I would ever, and I also have to accept the assumption that, you know, my game might not succeed, right? Chances are it won't, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to write the game such that it can be played alone, so that if, you know, even if I'm writing an online game, that it doesn't need to, you know, it doesn't just disappear forever. And I also want the players to not have to rely on there being other players in order for the game to keep going, because that's a house of cards, right? And I think all game studios should have that same mindset. Like, it just increases the value of your game if the game can stand on its own and you don't need other players. If you need other players, then your game is going to be ephemeral. It is going to disappear at some point. So I think the pressure, and I know you were talking about the pressure from it being demanded, I think the pressure should come from within to do that. As a game developer, you should want that. And it's business people who don't, right? It's not the actual game developers, right? This is why games like studios like Ubisoft do shit like that. They're just bad faith. Don't buy their games. Their games are rinse and repeat anyway. It's the same with Google services. They start them and they shut them down. People's expectations are simply out of place. The idea that because they spend money, they can claim more than they actually bought. Did the game promise to run forever? No. Well then. I think it's different when it comes to a service, a business service that is providing you value that you're paying for, you know. I think it is a different situation. But I definitely get the example though. So anyways, gameplay loops. Probably isn't the only factor, but certainly something I've managed to pin down. This got me thinking about Vanilla Classic because there's definitely a gameplay loop in that game as well, but I don't recall becoming so conscious about it back in the day or in Classic. Now, World PvP is an obvious loop breaker because that stuff happens spontaneously most of the time, but when it comes to PvE design, do you remember there being any kind of conscious attempt at concealing the gameplay loop to your best ability? What made me think about this concealment are stuff like the questline in the middle of the desert in Tenaris that takes you to Sunken Temple, or in other words, the questlines that take you all over the place, instead of keeping you within the zone and close to the quest hub. So there is I forget her name. Is it Candace? Like Candace? There is a quest designer. There's some YouTube video. Let me see if I can find them. There are some YouTube videos. I want to say, let's see, Vanilla WoW quest designer. I want to say, it's like an interview. Is it Christine? No, not John Stats. Although I think maybe there was one that had John Stats in it as well. Oh my God! Look at an old Pirate Software interview.
And we have an hour-long demo here and on our website.
Sounds so different.
People can download it in his heart.
So different. I want to say it's like Candace. Her name was like Candace or something.
Hello there.
Candace Thomas.
That.
Probably Owen.
Probably Owen. He was always great at those.
QA.
God, I wish I remember. Oh, it's this one, right?
Right.
Yes, this one. I listened to this one. Designer Dave. Yeah, so I subbed to Designer Dave, I think. Yeah.
Oh, I was pretty good at it.
He was Designer Dave, worked on Warcraft 3. He was a quest designer in Warcraft 3. And so he's got some good like little game dev things on his channel. So Designer Dave on YouTube. And then what's her name? Christine. It was Christine Brownell. So I remember watching, I'm pretty sure it was this interview. The Untold Secrets of WoW Quest Design.
And so, yeah, they just immediately pulled me. And so I got to go upstairs, and all week I got to just play the game over and over and over all the way
She
through.
worked on The
doing,
Sims, apparently.
Imagine being able to build an app with your...
An ad. Are you serious? Writing bugs, layouts, embrace the weird wonder. Oh, she made the Onyxia Scale Cloak quest?
Well, I was just remembering Ringo myself, and it's all vague because I haven't played WoW Classic in so long, but I definitely remember going to some island and then... But
I remember her saying something along the lines of what this guy's talking about, in that there wasn't really much oversight into the questing, and it was more so just like, and I'm speaking off the cuff here, so again, don't quote me on this, but the vibe I got from it was that it was just kind of like, we just need quests for these zones, like fill the quota. And then I remember her saying they spent too much time on the early zones, and that's why some of the early like Alliance zones, like Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood, like those all feel like super, the quests there feel super juicy. It's because they spent more time there and then realized they weren't gonna have enough time to fill out the entire world. And I think I remember her saying that like creating these quests that go all over the world, like people just kind of did that. Although maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what Kevin Jordan says. But I think it was just kind of like almost like a lack of oversight that happened, because you'll notice that didn't happen in any subsequent expansions. There weren't really the only quests that were like that were like legendary level quests, I think. Whereas in Vanilla WoW, that was just like, there was just some, Stalvin, the Legend of Stalvin questline, like the boomer, the one where you get the boomerang from Lincoln, the skeleton key. Like there were so many quests that just went all over the place. Even some just like at level 20. There was like the Defias quest went all over the place too. So I feel like it was just from a lack of actual thought on it, and so the quest designers were just kind of doing whatever, which actually to me created a much better experience, honestly. Like I don't like the A to B to C hub like questing of later expansions, even though back in the day I remember playing, I started right before Wrath dropped, and so all my friends were max level and I was leveling up. And I remember I hated all the quests in vanilla because they weren't streamlined. And then when I got to Outlands, I was like, okay, like I actually enjoyed it better, but it was because I felt like I was missing out and I wanted to speed up. So yeah, thinking back on it, like replaying classic WoW, I actually like those quests a lot better, because to me there's actually some actual expression of myself in how I quest. Now I know there's like all these questing guides for vanilla WoW, and people just go where Rested XP tells them to go, and that's kind of sad to me. Like I think a lot of fun of leveling and questing in WoW is like coming up with your own optimal route. Like I really like the loop of like, oh, I'm gonna go to this quest hub, finish the couple, really it's like maybe 2 or 3 quests that are around there. Those are lower level, but then I'm gonna go, there's other quests in this zone, but I'm not gonna do them yet because they're higher level. And so I'm gonna fly over, I'm gonna go to this other zone, but on the way there, I'm gonna go back to town, I'm gonna train spells. There's one quest that I have to go back there, so I'm gonna hop on the boat there, go to the next zone, another quest I can turn in there, do some more there. And you kind of create this like your own kind of flow. And yeah, less of the time is spent getting XP. But for me, you're experiencing more of the world that way, and you're expressing yourself better in the loop that you do, and in the way you like stumble across players in different zones that you saw in the other zone. You're like, oh, hey man, To me, it's a lot more fun because it feels like a world and more of a journey than it, when you get to Outlands, you're like, okay, I go to Hellfire, hub A,
the main base. Then you go off to that little island with the apothecary and you do the bomb quest there, and then you go off to the little camp that's at the bottom and you do those quests, and then you go over to the blood elf place on the left side of the wall in Hellfire and do that place, and then you go to Zanger Marsh. It's just like A to B to C to D, you know. It's not, there's not as much expression. Tim Kaine, creator of Fallout and Arcanum, has a video on game preservation. It can be found. Yeah, I watched some of Tim Kaine's videos. I subbed to him as well. I also watch, if you guys ever are on early in the mornings, Microraptor is a streamer on Twitch, and he does Tim Kaine. He does Tim Kaine fucking reacts, basically. And I know this guy, Designer Dave, I think he plays Turtle WoW a lot. I think he does a lot, yeah. Turtle WoW. So he plays a lot of, it's a private server that's doing like a Classic Plus type thing.
Yoink.
Yeah, he's, stop killing. I wonder what he thinks about stop killing games. CEOs hate stop killing. Yeah, he's got some, I might have to check back in here. The rise, fall, and future of Blizzard. Yeah, and he talks about like the downfall of Blizzard and like what happened, and like he's reacting to Bobby Kotick, you know, game industry layoffs. He's got some good videos. Oh, he's got one on Baldur's Gate 3. I kind of want to watch that one. 12 minutes. Have I watched that one? Versus games as it is that games as a service? I'm interested in that one.
So I was pretty good at it.
The vanilla quest, especially level 50 plus, you have to really think about where you want to do. Yeah, and like the thing is, like, the scarcity of quests actually makes it more impactful as to what quests you do when, because if you do them and you're too high of a level, you won't get as much XP from them. And so like a lot of people say that like there's a certain level, it's like in the 30s where the questing really slows down. But for me, what my trick is always doing, I do Barrens and Silverpine. I go back and forth between the two. That's my trick. And then by the time I'm level 30, I'm like 1, maybe 2 levels. Like, yeah, it takes longer up front. By the time I get to level 30, you know, I'm 1, maybe 2 levels ahead of the curve there. And I'm doing quests as a higher level there. So I really like that. The fact that there is a quest scarcity actually impacts it a lot. And even more so at level 50, like Odd, what you're saying. Especially at the flight pass for 13 minutes. Yeah, and an hour-long cooldown on Hearthstone. Better experience, even if it's not min-maxed rush to level cap. Yeah, I agree. Is it more tedious and sometimes kind of frustrating that you're just sitting on flight pass? Yeah, but then you get up, you take your dog out, you go get something to eat, you know. I actually like the cognitive downtime a lot. I think that's something a lot of games don't do. And it's kind of why lobby games are popular, is because there is actual cognitive downtime in between games, in between rounds, you know. But yeah, let's see what Kevin Jordan has to say about gameplay loop. I begin to feel that if the loop is constantly being talked about, it can start to quietly condition the design in a way where the design attention goes to designing a loop instead of how the game feels and experience. Oh, I love that, and I have said something very similar here when I talk about my game loop. I always say that I don't like to think about the loop too much, and that I like to just think about the world. And I just build a world that can be interacted with and kind of let the loop build itself. But I do think you do need to keep in mind, like, what is the flow that the player is going to be doing, right? What is the kind of ideal flow? I do think you need to keep in mind, for me, it's never my primary thought when designing anything. So I love that they pointed that out, and I think there is a difference, and I do think they're right. I do think this person is 100% right in that it affects the game design, because all the attention goes in it, and you can, I don't know about you guys, but I can feel when a game is very loopy, right? Very loopy, that's funny, but I can kind of feel it when that has happened, and I don't know if I could put words on it, but it does start to feel like a very designed thing, if that makes sense. Like, it feels like a game. And that feeling like a game can be a bad thing. If it feels too much like a game, you're not, like, the player should forget that they're playing a game. in some point of it. Right? Like I think when players are playing, you know, something like CS:GO or Valorant or you know, some high octane, high intensity game, you know, maybe even League, like they do kind of forget that that's a game for a moment because it's so high intensity, and that's a good thing. They get to it's an experience at that point. They're just experiencing something. And, you know, an RPG I think has a harder time of that because it's the pace is not always, you know, all the way up here. The intensity is not always all the way up here in an RPG. A lot of it's, you know, just kind of middle of the road kind of intensity. You're moving, you know, this is open world games. You're just moving between areas. You know, you're not always fighting something. Even when you are fighting something, you know, that's still that still for a lot of cases is not a very high intensity thing. So I think those games, in focusing too much on the loop, they feel too much like games and not enough like a world, or not enough like an experience, not enough like a journey or an adventure. Disney ride on rails, yeah, that's another thing. You know, that's maybe not necessarily directly from focusing on a loop too much, but yeah, I guess that is probably a side effect, is that the game feels like an amusement park. Let's see what Kevin Jordan has to say. The reason we're all here. Yeah, spotting the treadmill. That's the treadmill. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, spotting the treadmill was always the beginning of the end for me as well. I feel your pain. WoW and other MMOs had a huge advantage because of the social design. Yeah, and I've seen him every time Kevin Jordan answers a question, he's always talking about the social aspect. Everyone's always like, why are games so bad now? Why do MMOs suck? And, you know, in various words. And he's always like, they don't focus on the social. Like that is the evergreen content in an MMO. That's why we're all playing the MMO. That's why all these MMOs die. They're trying to make something cool and flashy and amusement parky, but they're not focusing on the social part of the game. The reason the players are there, you know, they're not focusing on that enough. They think they can just throw money at an art department, make it cool and flashy, and get a product that stands the test of time. No, it's not going to. Something many players and devs miss when they try to figure out what's in the secret sauce. The fact that you run into new people and have new experiences, because people are frequently unpredictable, is a huge factor in keeping it fresh. PvP demonstrates this really well, but it applies to all social interactions. Every dungeon run is just a little bit different because there's always that one guy. There is always that one guy. Fuck that guy. Over time, WoW design leads thought that they had locked in on what the best formula was, not really realizing that the variance was really important. They made every dungeon like Scarlet Monastery, and every quest hub had the exact same number of quests: one gather, one kill, one use item on thing at the place. Yeah, it became formulaic, right? Yeah, they were getting too business analytic-y about it. You can't business analytics your way into a good game. You can't. You have to throw in the Wailing Caverns or quests like you mentioned to mix it up. The idea that you can please everyone with every piece of content is foolish. So you should vary it and live with some content being hated by the majority, but the favorite of some others. And even beyond that, like, it's not even just about like some people liking different things. Like you just need a varied experience. Like if every dungeon is like Scarlet Monastery, then there is no cool dungeon. Like the reason Scarlet Monastery felt good was because it was one of the only streamlined dungeons in the fucking game. That's why it felt so impactful. Because it was so different from the rest. I do love me some Scarlet Monastery, he says. So yeah, his take on the loop, he doesn't actually address the loop like I was hoping that he would. The loop part of it. So he's talking from a purely vanilla WoW standpoint. And not so much from a game's overall standpoint. Like what I'm talking about. Who's Kevin Jordan? He's the original vanilla WoW class designer. So he made all of the he was like the only one that worked on classes in vanilla for vanilla WoW. And then he worked on I think he had a team during BC, and then I think he left during Cataclysm. So he's the reason that WoW classes suck now to a certain extent, because he left. Like he's the one that actually made the classes good. I think he even did some itemization too. He's got a video on that. I don't think he worked with the item designers, right? I think that's what the standpoint he was coming from. So he knows about it. Oh, cool. I do love WoW for a time. Yeah, and he's got a Discord channel that's actually closed, but I really respect his game design takes, and I've learned a lot from him. And he's got a YouTube channel too. If you search Kevin Jordan on YouTube, you should be able to find it. And yeah, that's where the itemization talk comes from as well. But yeah, I've always thought every one of his takes are just like spot fucking on when it comes to WoW and the downfall of WoW, the downfall of Blizzard. Yeah, him and like John Stats. I have John Stats' book right here on my desk. But yeah, you know, I just pop in his Discord from time to time and read people ask him questions and stuff like that. So, but yeah, he didn't directly address the loop. He just talked about how the social design of an MMO is what helps conceal the loop, and things like not making every experience the same, not focusing on a formula so much. So I wish he addressed more of looping from a general standpoint, but yeah, I 100% agree with every take he has in here. Maybe we can go back to some old... I need to work on hauling. Is there any other cool ones in here? How do you feel about whether devs play their own game at a high competence or not being used as a metric for good design? I've seen used as praise or criticism quite a bit. Based on your videos, I would lean to guess that it's not a major factor. It's usually extremely important. It's at the high competence that I worry about. This can go too far and influence design that appeals to the 2% at the expense of the rest. This was a major mistake WoW made. When raiding, an activity meant for 5 to 10% of the player base, becomes something that everyone must do, then you can create design issues for both groups, raiders and non-raiders. I also expect more from the game designers than I would say an artist. Yeah. And yeah, I remember when I was growing up playing WoW, I would look at players in the world and they would have this super fucking awesome giga gear. First of all, there was no transmog. So you saw the story on the players and you'd be like, oh my God, they killed that boss. And you know, you're just like level 20, level 30, you know, you're just a wee lad leveling up in the world. And you see the guy with the fucking Frostmourne or oh shit, I'm blanking. What was the fucking... Oh God, what was the other one? Ashbringer. That was the other famous one, Ashbringer. Yeah, of course you couldn't get those back in the day, but something like that. You see that and then you have something to look forward to. And when it feels exclusive, I think it was Chris Metzen who said there should always be unbeaten content in the game because it makes the world feel bigger and it makes the world feel more mysterious. And I 100% agree with that. Like, I kind of think like an interesting release cycle for... Now, this is very hard to keep up with, but I think a very interesting release cycle for in-game content in an MMO would be, you know, releasing a raid that is mathematically impossible until you have fully saturated your raid team with gear from the previous raid. Maybe not fully saturated, but mostly saturated, right? Because then and I just mean like the end boss of that raid is impossible until you've, you know, completely saturated. And that way it creates a kind of a slower progression. You know, slow the progression down a little bit so that there's still reason to, and you know, maybe you can only do the first 8 out of 10 bosses of raid 1, and then raid 2 comes out, and then maybe you can only do the first or second boss of raid 2 just because of the gear, like mathematically because of the gear, right? And I think that would be really interesting if there's always that carrot dangling in front of you of like some unbeaten content. And I get on like an individual guild level that does happen, but I mean more so on like the entire game level. OG Nax was fun. Yeah, OG Nax was that exact thing. Like, you know, we've all heard that only like, you know, 1% of vanilla WoW players actually step foot in Nax. It should stay that way. It should be prestigious, you know. I'm one of those few that loved World Quest. Hated this latest X-Pack when they limited them deeply. Oh, you like World Quests, huh? I was one of those raiding nerds. Yeah, the thing about dailies or world quests is just like I wish they were just more intrinsic in their rewards and not just like the daily log on type thing. Like I do love getting out in the world and doing things and experiencing some of those other players and stuff like that. But like just having a daily request that's like largely the same every day to go and do the same thing, it just becomes a chore at that point. And so I wish the lever that results in getting out in the world and interacting with other players and the world itself was more intrinsic. Which is what I feel like. I feel like achievements actually kind of took away from that fact in a way. They added a little bit, they took away a little bit, I think. It's like, yeah, achievements are like, oh, I can get a title for doing cool things out in the world. You know, I just kind of wish that like, I wish it just wasn't in an interface, actually, I guess is like the main thing. I wish it was more, a little more hidden, a little more mysterious, a little more intrinsic, and that it wasn't just like, oh, the UI is telling you all the check boxes to go out and check, and then achievement point number goes up. Because like back in Vanilla WoW, you could still get titles for doing like, couldn't you get like the Bloodsail Buccaneers title or something like that in Vanilla WoW if you killed enough Booty Bay guards or something like that? I don't remember. I don't know if that title came out later or not, but I think there were still some examples of like, you know, get some reputation to Exalted and you get a title and there's nothing really else to it. Maybe you unlock a vendor or something like that. And so that's more intrinsic. Titles were introduced in TBC, I think. Okay, so maybe that's when it came in. But they didn't need the achievement interface to do that, right? To expose that to everyone, right? What exposed it to everyone was that social part. You saw someone walking around in the town with that title. And you're like, well, how did you fucking get that? Let me ask him. Let me go. Even if it's just a Google search or you know, asking your guild or asking a Discord channel, like you're still interacting with the community that way. Rather than just looking it up in a fucking UI in the game, you know? I had Lore Master and the Seeker before Achieve since I did every quest because I wanted the gold. Scarab Lord. Yeah, Scarab Lord's a good one. That's a good example of that. Yeah. And it was exclusive, right? Like very few people got that. Was it only one per server? There's only one per server who got the mount? Or did everyone who did the quest get the title? Or was only like the first one to do it that got the title? There's some exclusivity there. It wasn't limited to one, and it was effectively one or two. Yeah, I remember the grind was crazy. But like the whole loop of like get a reputation to Exalted and you unlock a quartermaster vendor that gives you gear that only Exalted people can get. That became like a core expectation and loop in subsequent expansions. Like every expansion had that same mechanic, like, oh, what are the new factions in this expansion that I need to grind to Exalted to get raid ready gear, you know? The Argent Crusade, Knights of the Ebon Hold, you know, like. And so it went from like this cool thing to like an expectation and a chore. And I don't exactly know where that line is drawn, right? So I did kind of I'm thinking of Wrath of the Lich King here, because you could put each faction had a tabard, and if you wore that faction's tabard, you would get reputation for that faction when you did dungeons for each kill. And I enjoyed doing that. I actually enjoyed that progression, because then you look at all the different vendors. You're like, oh, I get tanking boots from the Worm-Rest Accord. I get the fucking tanking helmet from the Knights of the Ebon Hold, and when I'm exalted, you know, so there was some like figuring out and progression there as to like what you needed. And it's like, oh, I got boots from this dungeon, so I don't need that faction as much anymore. So you know, I don't hate that loop, but I guess I just wish that it was a little bit more mysterious and exciting. Is maybe that's the difference of what it was for me. 'Cause it felt like back in Vanilla WoW, it was like there were these factions that were just kind of like the Syndicate or something. Like you could get reputation with the Syndicate, but it was like only the rogues. It was only for rogues or something. See, I don't even know. To this day, I don't even know what it was for. I think that actually makes the world feel really cool and big and mysterious and kind of adds to the quirkiness of Vanilla WoW. I really checked out a WoW when all my boys stopped playing. It was boring for me. Yeah, I mean, it's even more so to the point of the social experience being really important in MMOs. I don't think the Syndicate rep did anything. Don't think they finished that in vanilla. But there was that one place in Arathi, not Arathi, in Hillsbrad that rogues went to, right? It was like hidden in the hills, and if you're a rogue, you had like a class quest there or something, and it was just filled with Syndicate. Yeah, so I'm not sure, like world quests and daily quests, like I'm not sure what the answer is there. A lot of people, Ravenhold, yeah, that's what it was. So I'm not sure what the answer is there for world quests or daily quests, but that is a thing that feels very loopish, that feels very formulaic. So I wish it was less so. Not sure what the answer is there. I don't think you can take those systems and change them, tweak them slightly to make them feel less formulaic. But I can tell you, Vanilla WoW, like there were reasons to go out in the world, and a lot of them being world buffs. A lot of them were just farming, like just some good ways to get. I remember I was farming the elementals in Plaguelands for. I farmed from level 58 to 60 because the Essence of Waters sold like hotcakes. So I just farmed a bunch of gold on my warlock doing that. Underwater breathing. I just liked a reason to go around the world since WoW had great environments. Yeah, I mean I like that too. But I guess I liked going around the world more in Vanilla WoW when like I was deciding why I was going around the world. And not the game was deciding for me because this is where the shiny button showed up on my map today that resets in 24 hours or whatever. Resets at a certain time. Oh, gotta do my dailies, you know. It's not... That's that... who was it? Jared that came in and it was like, you can play the game or you can let the game play yourself. Well, there's a third one, which is the game can play you. And that feels like the game playing me. When the thing pops up and it's like, well, this is the most optimal thing to do for the day. Gotta go do it, you know. That's the game playing me, telling me where I need to go, you know. There's no decision making or choice in that. I think maybe that's what I'm narrowing down on as the difference. I want some freedom and autonomy and some choice in there. And that choice should not be the same for every player, right? Like what I care about individually should be different than what someone else cares about. And even if we both care about, we both want the best gear, maybe that's what we care about, right? That should still result in doing different things in the world for different players. And it shouldn't just be, well, I want... I played BFA and they had the artifact power in there, which was a horrible system. And so you always had to grind artifact power. Every player needed to do that because it affected your necklace level or whatever. It affected what effects you got from your gear. And the world quests were how you leveled that up. So it's like everyone needed to do world quests. Everyone needed to do once you got like bonus Azurite power or whatever from doing the excursion or I forget what they called them, but they sucked. And on paper, those excursion things, the expeditions, that's what it was, expeditions. On paper, that actually to me sounds like a cool idea. But when I played it, I hated them so much because I was forced to do it once a week. I was like, fucking, and you had to win one once a week, right? I hated it for that reason. I kind of hate when the game does, bonus honor weekends or bonus honor, you know, what your once daily battleground marks of honor or whatever. I kind of hate when it does something like that because then it becomes about doing what the game is telling you and less about deciding what I want to do. Do I want to do Arathi Basin or do I want to do Warsong Gulch? Well, when you have all these different bonuses that the game is giving you, it's like, oh, it's Arathi weekend, so you know, you're gonna feel like, yeah, sure, you can do Warsong, but you're gonna feel like you're missing out. You're gonna feel like you're not doing the right thing. You're not doing the optimal thing. Everyone else is gonna pass you up because they're doing the optimal thing, right? So I guess that's what I'm narrowing down on is the issue between the two systems. Or the issue being the world quests. It's when the game is telling you this is the most optimal thing to do. Like, I don't think the game should do that. The game shouldn't tell you that. You should have to discover that yourself. You should have to think about that yourself. Zed Shaw, welcome in. John Cena. Welcome in, everyone.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you. Let me show off my game. Y'all,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What the dog doing?
Y'all came in from the nice, cozy stream that was Zed Shaw, and then you got hit with all that chaos, and I apologize for it. I'm sorry. Thank you for the raid, Zed. Welcome in. Hey, man, how's the game going? It's good. I've been trying to work on it, but we've just been sidetracked talking about game design for probably the past hour now. But here's my game. This is what I'm working on. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. So here's my procedural terrain so far. One such seed. You know, it's going to be like Minecraft or Valheim. You know, every seed a little bit different. But I want to intersect all these different genres together into a procedural world. Like, here's the world map. So each of these different colors are like different zones, different biomes, you know, all procedurally generated. These zone names are AI generated. Like I said, I have AI generated quests. See if I can find a guy that we can maybe... Where's the nearest colonist? I don't know. Do you have a name? Nice. Okay, we're gonna go down there. A dev sidetracked with chatting? Is that even a... No, that's never happened before. Ow, my bones. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of like AI generated things here. AI generated quests, AI generated backgrounds for the characters. I don't use AI to like actually develop the game at all. I do that all on my own. And if you don't believe me, here's my code. See, look, I can write code. I promise. But I generate like backgrounds for the characters and stuff like this, and this is so that the Colony Sim system feels very varied and you know, more personable, right? Like, I want the player to form like strong relationships with each of their colonists that they recruit in the world and they put into their colony. And I don't want it to be so much like a large scale colony sim where you have like hundreds or even thousands of colonists. Like, I want you to form a connection with each one of these colonists that have like specific traits. Like, for instance, this is Erlen Finch, who is a 32-year-old female human paladin who was greedy and curious. In her background, Erlen's upbringing was privileged, her family's wealth affording her a comfortable life and access to the finest education. While this nurtured her curiosity, it also fostered a sense of entitlement and greed. In her adulthood, despite her noble upbringing, Erlen's greed often leads her down questionable paths. She justifies her actions by claiming to seek knowledge and adventure, but in truth, she is often motivated by personal gain. And so what was happening while I looked at that was that I actually sent a massive prompt to the Gemini API because it's got 1 million context windows. So I just dumped my entire game item database in there along with every character spawned into the world. I said, hey, generate me a fantasy RPG quest and give it to me in this JSON format. Minecraft meets Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I'm thinking of like Vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades is kind of what I'm thinking. Minus the MMO part, of course. Oh my god, this is a massive quest. Okay. The Stolen Owl Carving. Okay, my character's name is Griff Oakwood. So Erlen Finch is saying, Griff Oakwood, is it? A druid, I presume. I guess I have the class druid. Oh god, I can't read. I've heard whispers, something to these lands. I have a task, one perhaps suited to your talents. A relatively simple one at first, though it might grow. So I think it's hinting at this as a chain quest, and I give it the ability to give me multiple JSON objects in an array for chain quests. So I think there's a follow-up quest to this once I complete it. There's a grove a few leagues east of here nestled near the Whispering Falls. It was once a place of great beauty and power, but I'm told now it's tainted. The local farmers claim their livestock are falling ill, the fruit trees are barren, and a strange, unnatural stillness has fallen over the area. I believe this has something to do with a relic, a small, unassuming wooden carving of an owl said to be sacred to the ancient druids of the region. It was stolen from the grove, some decades ago by a group of bandits. Legend says this carving is the key to the grove's vitality, and possibly something more valuable hidden within. My initial quest to you, Druid, is to find where the owl carving is, and whether the reports and local rumors match the truth. It does not seem to match with my divine calling, but finding the relic's location and the rumors I've heard would be most helpful to me. Travel to this small market town, a 2 days journey away called Riverbend. See what you can find and report back. If you'd be up to that, I can pay you 5 silver pieces. And so what we have on the left here is like the actual quest that's going to get put in my quest log. So I've actually like deserialized the response, gotten that JSON object, put it in memory here. So now it'll actually, I can accept it and the player can have it and complete it. Some of them aren't really completed yet. I still have a lot more work to do on the system, but this is just kind of a proof of concept. And there's a few dialogue options here, like what's so important about the owl carving, and then there's some more responses to that. You can accept the quest, and then it goes in your quest log, and yeah, you can do it. And you can recruit these green guys to your colony. You say, hey, join my colony. So now this guy, I can have him like follow me around, and I might say something like, hey, I need you to construct some buildings for me or something, right? I can say, hey, do these all have support? No, that one doesn't. That one's gonna break. But I can say, hey, I need you to construct things. And he'll go and construct the buildings for me. And so in Wormworld, each of your colonists have different skill levels for these different actions, like cooking, construction, mining, hunting. And so there will be a construction skill for each colonist, and some of them might suck and might destroy the thing that they're building on accident, and it'll take more time than what you just saw, and it'll be the time that it takes will be relative to what their skill level is in some regard. So that's kind of like a bit of the Colony Sim side of things, and the AI generated quests and stuff. And I'm hoping that the world map here kind of feeds into both of those systems. So what we have here is Starfall Bastion. That's one zone. This one here is Granite Spine. This one is Burning Obsidian Ridge. And we have Warped Grove. What else do we have? The Shadowfell, Duskwither Bastion, Ashenfang Waste. So right now I only have like a couple different biomes. Right now I have like a forest and a meadows, but I'm hoping that I can make all these like super dynamic and kind of tag these zones with like what the terrain looks like, what types of mobs are spawned in the zone, what types of resources it has, what are the physical materials that like make up the thing. Like over here, this is like a red, this might be a different physical material than, this green here, for instance. And like there's dirt, there's stone, there's a big mountain here. I want to kind of tag those things and then feed it into the AI. So when it generates a name for all these zones, it'll actually be flavorful and explain the zone. And then I can take all those parameters, take all those tags, plus the zone name, feed it back into the quest system. And hopefully it'll actually generate quests that are more grounded into the world. Like the quest I just read, not very grounded into the world. It was coming up with things that don't actually exist, I'll eventually spawn some points of interest and stuff in the zone as well, like different like towns or villages or landmarks, little bandit camps, stuff like that. And so feed all that in there as well. And hopefully it'll be able to reference those things. I can say like, hey, here's all the things spawned in this zone. Here's the player. Here's what the player has done in the game so far. Here's all the characters that are in the zone. There's a town over here. Here's the character he's talking to. Generate a quest, And then that can kind of influence the RPG side of things, where you have these quests to maybe go to different zones to solve different problems. And you'll be recruiting different colonists along the way, building out your colony, potentially building multiple colonies. And I want there to be NPC ran colonies as well, and with different factions that you can interact with. And, you'll get raided, your base will get raided, so you need to make sure you defend it. And then the roguelite part. The roguelite part, essentially, I'm thinking of having a lot of different classes, like in Vanilla WoW, with a lot of different abilities to choose from. Talent trees, of course. I have some proof of concept for that. I'll show some combat here. There's this guy. We'll fireball, dot him up. They all just continue fireball on here. So he's the kind of like a warrior archetype who is not able to reach me. Freeze him there. And I'll finish him. Oh, that was a big crit on the dot there. But yeah, fighting things, you'll level up. I don't know what the cadence will be, but every few levels, I think I'll give you 3 abilities to pick from, random abilities specific to your class that you've picked. And then as you level up and travel throughout the world, you'll need to create this build for your character that will hopefully be different for every run. And then you'll need to pick talents. The talents will be static. And so you'll need to pick talents that complement the abilities that you've gotten for this run, right? And then when you die, you will start over at level 1. But the world persists and moves on, right? So what that means is like the colony that you've built is still going to be there. The quests that you've done are still going to be completed, right? The world state is still going to be in the state that you left it in. I might do a small time skip, like a static time skip, so that like while you're dead, you know, your colony might get raided. So you'll want to make sure you defend it really well, set up your colonists really well. Maybe when you come back, you find out that some of your colonists are dead. Devastating, right? Shouldn't have died. That's your fault as a player. You should know better. But if you defended it well, maybe when you come back, your colony just has a bunch of resources for you to use now. So there's a little bit of meta progression there in the Colony Sim. That's how that Roguelite and Colony Sim kind of connect together. Maybe you recruited a really good blacksmith colonist last run, and now he can craft you better gear this time than you would have had last time, this time around at that level. And so there's a little bit of meta progression there. I think I'll also have some some way to collect a currency, and as you quest and kill things in the world that you can spend when you're dead, that'll do even more meta progression there too. So yeah, that's kind of the whole flow of the game there. Been spending 4 hours a day reading and watching vids. Like, I still barely understand anything. Feel free to ask whatever questions you like if you want to. Can your world map change dynamically? Like not during the play session, but every seed is different. What I'm showing off here is my dynamic tree chopping. So these are all like static meshes, but then when the axe connects to them, they turn into dynamic meshes, and then I can deform them at runtime. So I just got some wood for that, 7 wood there. And then now I have 10 wood for that guy. Eventually I'll require these logs to be chopped up and taken to like a lumber mill or something like that. That you can put your colonists on tree chopping, which is a task I don't have working yet. This guy's trying to eat a mushroom and he's kind of failing to do so. Did I mess that up? I might have messed that up. Oh no, there he goes. He got that one. So now his hunger level went down, so he ran around looking for food. Holy shit, dude, a better chopping system than Valheim. Or like 100% again. Hey, I love Valheim's chopping system, and I'm going to emulate that a little bit as well. Like the tree dominoes in Valheim, chef's kiss, just fucking peak tree chopping Valheim is. So yeah, I want to make them do damage to colonist, to yourself, to other trees. I think eventually, right now I'm just kind of, this is again just a proof of concept system, just like my destructible terrain is, but eventually like every axe will have like a chop stat, like how much damage it deals to trees, and trees will have a health value, and then how much damage excuse me, how much health is dealt to the tree is like how far you chop into the tree. So when its health gets to 0, that's when you chop clean through, and then when that tree hits another one, that'll like reduce its health value, so you'll deal more damage to that tree. And so that's when you can have those, you go around, like in Valheim, you can go around, whack every tree once, and then chop down one tree that falls into one tree to the other one, to the other one, to the other one, and then they all fall down. It's a really satisfying moment. Just the animation is a homemade. It's a terrible homemade animation that is not very good, and actually makes it kind of hard to hit the tree. And then here's my destructible terrain. The animation here is homemade as well and sucks. I think I might have hit the edge of a So yeah, it's not particularly useful at the moment, but it is, the terrain is deformed. Now I need to rerun the vertex data generation on it. This is the data for like what material is actually represented there. Because like obviously you hit rock, you want it to behave differently than when you hit tree, right? So I need that data. I need that data. And so yeah, I reran that and it kind of filled those in a little bit. How many trees can you cut down before the game lags? I don't know. I haven't tried to do that yet. I mean, I can cut down several, but yeah, it's not optimized yet. So I'll need to, I'm going to swap the trunks out with an instant static mesh after you like walk away from them far enough. That way they don't clog up the game. And then the stumps, I'm talking about the stumps. So I'll swap out the stumps with an instant static mesh version. And then these tree logs, they should get taken to storage, basically. And my pathfinding just crashed. Thank you, Unreal Engine. Thank you very much. But then the trunks you'll actually want to take to storage and then get processed and chopped. So those will eventually all disappear. But that's how I'm planning to handle that. Spent so many hours lately trying to figure out the voxel deformation for a Space Engineers mod. Cool. Yeah, my world is not inherently voxelized. It does use some voxel algorithms, but the vertices are generated on the fly and do not relate to a specific voxel resolution. Although in some stages of the generation process, they are voxelized. Like I have a custom marching, like I have a height map compute shader and then a 3D noise compute shader for the caves. And then I have a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches them all together. And so like, yeah, the marching cubes is a voxel algorithm, but when I deform the terrain, it doesn't care about where the voxels are or anything. Like I don't save any of the data for like what is inside the terrain. When I deform the terrain, I'll generate that on the fly. So, because what I'm planning to do is have the whole world online and running. Like what I want is an actual full simulation for the world. And with procedural terrain, there's a lot of technical challenges that I'll have to overcome because of that. And memory is going to be my biggest bottleneck. So if you notice out here, see if my navigation is still generating, so I can't show that. But you can see out here, like, there's no terrain chunks shown, but there's still stuff spawned. And the meshes for the terrain chunks aren't just invisible. They're literally, they don't exist. They don't exist yet. I have not meshed them yet. What I have there is I've stored this this triangle and vertex data here. So I get 2 arrays output from marching cubes, triangles and the vertices. And what I can do with that is I can store that in a bounding volume hierarchy. It's a spatial data structure that allows you to really efficiently render or iterate through it. And I can use that in combination with some of my own created PCG nodes, which is a system with an Unreal Engine. But I can use that, I can trace through that data and act like it's a physical surface. And so I have these functions built for line tracing through terrain chunks that don't actually exist. I just line trace through data. That's how I determine like where all these things are going to be spawned. Like I know that there's a cave here because of that data is pre-generated, right? And so that's how I'm going to help generate the entire world. And I do this something similar with the nav mesh. Like the nav mesh knows where the terrain's going to be here too. That's what the shaded part here is, the green shaded part. It knows that the terrain's going to be here even though the terrain's not there. And so that's why I'm like, I can't save all of the voxel data for every terrain chunk because I need to save on memory. So I only have the data for what is actually shown and rendered and stuff, right? And right now I'm only generating a very small radius around the player. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So there's a single pixel on the map. So going out here, you know, it's only what, 1, 2, 3, 4 pixel radius on the map. So like about that big. Drunk missions today, that's been keeping me busy, but I thought I'd tune in because you're the goat. Stop it. It's gonna go straight to my thighs. That is gonna go straight to my thighs. Questions another time, maybe? Not trying to fry my brain just yet. Okay. I am happy to answer any and all questions. Will the static mesh version be the same as what you left, short trunk versus tall trunk? I'll probably just adjust the custom data to adjust the scale. Because you can specify a scale for each instance of the ISM. With just the transform, really. So I'll probably just adjust the scale to roughly match, you know. I have to go AFK for a few, but I'm going to come back and pick your brain about what you just talked about. Hell yeah, yeah. Feel free. Feel free to come and go as you all please. And Zed, thank you again for the raid. Zed's a very cool guy working on a really cool retro game that I respect the hell out of. I mean, I assume he's doing it in his own engine. I don't know the fine details of it, but yeah, he's written like programming books and shit too, I guess. So he's one of the old guard, and I respect that. You know, I'm one of the. It's funny. We have different generations of programmers. Like, we have the programmers who learn based on like books and manuals. We have the programmers that learn from Google, and now we're seeing the programmers that are learning from AI vibe coding. And I look back at the guys who learned how to program, the guys and girls who learned how to program before Google, and I'm like, how the fuck did they even do that? Crazy. So hats off to him and what he's doing. It's like a Doom-like RPG almost is what he's working on, which is fun. Fun project. I think he's creating all the assets and stuff himself. So respect for that as well. I can't do that. These are all just like placeholder assets. I'm sure some of you have noticed the borrowed wow icons that I have. It's only gonna get worse. Yeah, I know. But yeah, the cool part is that I was actually able to get the underground caves working, and so that's really fun. It was a major pain in the ass to get these stitched together, and you can kind of see some artifacts, like obviously because like the 3D noise, like I generate a height map based terrain which is concave, it can't have overhangs or anything like that. And then I just kind of make the 3D noise just punch through it and punch these holes through it, which is what creates the overhangs, right? And so you can see kind of the side effect of me doing that in some of these places. So I could do a better job here, right? But then it creates these nice craters that punch through. I have two different types of 3D noise. I have the noodle noise and the cheese noise. And so this is some noodle noise that connected to the cheese noise, which I have not been able to get back into because the terrain is a little shitty. There we go. Yeah, you can go down in the caves. Eventually I'll have ore down here, all of Minecrafts and monsters and stuff, you know. For now, it's just pretty. For now, it's just pretty. Little monster down here. Let's do some... Probably shouldn't be able to talk to him while he's dead. Probably shouldn't be able to do that. But these caves kind of connect in very interesting ways sometimes. Sometimes they're just like really, really difficult to navigate. This is popping up in a different location, so that's fun. That's fun. But where did I pop up here? Oh, I came from over there, right? So let me talk about the zones a little bit more here. So let me zoom in here. So these white dots are what I call zone entrance chunks. Now, what that means is, for each of these zones, I actually surround them with a mountain, with border mountains. So you can't actually get from zone to zone directly. You have to find these entrances from zone to zone, which it looks like there's one right in front of me. Let me pop out and see. Yeah, so it's actually taken up by that crater. So if I zoom out, here's the border mountain for this zone. And so there, the white dot was there, and another white dot was here. So this is a separate zone. It looks the same because I don't have very much variance yet. And this zone is different. And I'm not blending the textures yet. I need to do that. But there are the zone entrances. And that's like the normal way of going from zone to zone. And so it's not like you can't just run in a straight line, right? You're going to have to kind of find your way through the world. Now, you can get over the mountains by building, you could build some like stairs up it, and I should definitely do a better job of the stairs, but yeah, you could build some stairs up and then back down the mountain, right? If you had the resources for it. These are just dummy stairs, so yeah, those I should probably rotate the destructible part of that. Probably rotate that. So you can do that, or you could, once I have the destructible terrain working, you could dig through the border mountains as well. You could create your own tunnel. Or you could find a little batch of noise that punches through it. You know, something like this, although this one's a little bit too high. But you can see here's the border mountain. And then there happened to be a tunnel that got generated here. Let me find, here's a better one, I think. Yeah, so this one may be kind of hard to traverse. But we have that zone over there, this zone here. A little bit of noise. So you could very well walk through here. And then you come out the other side into the other zone. So kind of a, you know, different ways to get from zone to zone. And I'm kind of roughly modeling them off of World of Warcraft zones. I prefer them being these like kind of nice contained zones that have like a specific name to them, that have a specific story, you know, specific lore. I'll have, you know, points of interest spawned in them, and so those will have specific names too. Like maybe there's a colony in this zone and stuff like that. I think that creates a really cool experience when you go from zone to zone. It kind of opens up, and you see this kind of drastically different zone, and it's not just seamlessly blended from one to another, like in something like Minecraft or Valheim, which are both great games. But in Minecraft or Valheim, you can just kind of see the zone in the distance, right? And you can just kind of see the entire thing. And there's not like a specific way to get into it. There's no like challenge there, right? But in this, it's like you cross the threshold. Like you know, you might be in this. I can maybe find. Let's try a different seed to where I can maybe show this a little bit better. And I would also prefer it if my nav mesh would behave. That would be great. I need to actually build from source and start editing the source code so it stops doing that. But I think it creates this really cool moment when you cross the threshold into a new zone. You find the entrance, and it's this, you know, very different zone with different terrain, different resources. You know, maybe you see a point of interest off in the distance. I think it'll be really cool and really impactful to the player to do it that way. Do 525 seed 525. So this one's a relatively flat zone, so the terrain's a little boring, but you can very clearly see the border mountain here. Very, very straight. I'm not jittering those very much at all, am I? What zone am I in? So I do that based off a spline. I am in Blightspire Chasm. And so I can show you the spline for the mountains there. Yeah, where is my jitter? So I randomly jitter these points. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. They just didn't get jittered very much. Not very big jitterbugs there. And so this is kind of, we'll see if I can use this as an example for what I'm talking about here, but I think I can get through over there. But there's this massive, I wonder, building a bridge here would be nice, because I'm trying to get to that hole right there. And so much progress over the last month of Sports Man. It's so cool to see. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. But yeah, there's this, what I think would be really cool is if you know, you're walking through the zone, you see this big crater, you look down, and then like maybe there's like a, you know, some monster, a bunch of like a giant fucking Balrog down there, or like a cave, like a goblin camp or something. You know, I think that would be a really cool moment. You're like, oh shit, like what's down there? I want to go explore down there, you know? I think that would be really cool to see. So this is my meadows biome. We got some, what are those? Sunflowers is what those are called. So we got sunflower seeds. We got some hemp. This will be for crafting later. Got some hemp, which gives you hemp leaf, which is useful for things. Not as many trees, just some big ones, some big random rocks as well. So flatter terrain. That's the meadows biome. Now it's all just like placeholder assets and stuff, so it's all kit bashy, kind of looks like shit, but it is what it is. That's what I'm working with for now. That is what I'm working with for now. I'm just trying to get on the other side. I'm trying to run through there, I think is what I want to do. Yeah, I think I can get through. Yeah, I think I can get through there. I think there is an entrance, and that zone over there, I can see some forest trees up there. There's some forest trees up there. So I know that there's a different zone over there. Some flax. I'll take some flax. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm just gonna boop. See if I can even get over here. Probably gonna fall down, actually. Oh no. Oh, this is a mistake. This was a mistake. Ah! Yeah, I don't think I can get back up there now. Yeah, I cannot get back up there. Okay, well, I'll act like this is what I was trying to show. So we came from here, right? Came from this zone here. Nice meadowy open. I was gonna go through here. And then I start to see this new zone. I'm like, oh, what is this zone? It's different. It's got new stuff in it. And then it kind of opens up and you're like, whoa, this is like a whole like forest place. And the forest is actually kind of hard to see through. So it doesn't open up as much as the other ones. And then you start to get these glades and stuff. And then maybe you can build up build a little tower or something, a little outpost, look around. And controversially, when you go from a zone like this, which is like all foresty, super dense kind of zone, and then you maybe see this thing, like, oh, what's over there? You know, you'd have to build here. So you have to build like a little walking path. You get here, and then you see this zone open up into a big plains where you can see everywhere. You can see all of the points of interest and stuff spawned. You can see the hemp over there. The hemp all over the place. So just a design decision that I wanted to show off there. What are your plans for visuals? Are you going to hire people for that? Probably eventually. I'm not... I have been working on this for almost 3 years, but I feel like I'm nowhere close to that, you know? I feel like I'm nowhere close. But yeah, probably... I'm no artist, and I can't really create assets in any meaningful time frame, so... Yeah, we'll likely try to find people to do that at some point. I feel like I'm pretty far away from that, though. So a lot of these zones are pretty flat, and they're just reusing the same terrain noise parameters that I have. This one's a little bumpier, but I do have some noise settings that create some large mountains, which I think are some of the coolest ones. Really, like, the more height variance there is, I think it actually makes the more interesting terrain. So I happen to just know a seed, like 19? I think it was 519. Yeah, so we have this zone, which has a much higher variance in height. And they have different like altitude curves and stuff that get influenced. So yeah, that's the procedural terrain. And then, you know, like I said, I wanted the whole world to be running at all times. And with procedural terrain, that's difficult. It's difficult regardless, but I also wrote my own ECS system, which, if you don't know what that is, stands for Entity Component System. And it's a data-driven architecture meant to very efficiently run thousands and thousands of NPCs. And so I think once they all finish spawning, I'll have probably around 1,000 to 2,000 spawned here and running at all times. And I wrote it specifically to run most of the stuff on the background thread. So looking at my vlogger, only 200 responds so far. So all these guys are actually running at all times. And I guess there's about 1,000. There's going to be probably around 1,000 of them in this small section of the world running. And again, the world is only what I have generated here is only about this big. So I'll likely, like, a lot of these guys just kind of wander around in place, you know, in the same place. So I won't need to actually have those on because that doesn't matter. But for the colonists and the colonies that run in the world, I will want those to be online at all times, right? Like, if you have a colony that you've built here and then you run all the way, you know, all the way to the other side of the world, I still want your colony to be running and doing the things that you set up, right? If you told some guys to go chop trees, they still have to run to the forest and chop those trees. And if there's a bandit in that forest or a wolf in that forest, I want them to get attacked, right? I want all that stuff to be very meaningful, and I want the world to feel very alive. That's what I miss out on when I'm playing other Colony Sim games. So that's what I hope to accomplish. So a lot of technical challenges to overcome there. How long is 24 hours in this game if you have a day-night cycle? I haven't even got there yet. No day-night cycle yet. Yeah, not sure. There's a lot of different design considerations for that. A lot of different design considerations for that. Like, especially with it being an RPG Colony Sim, like in other Colony Sim games, you usually operate it from some sort of omniscient perspective where you're kind of top down to a certain extent. And that way you can see everything happening in the colony. And so it's a lot easier to manage that way, right? And then you oftentimes have a fast forward button to fast forward the Colony Sim. Yeah, there's not going to be a fast forward button in this game, so And you're not going to be able to see everything because you're down in the colony. So there's a lot of considerations I'll have to make there. You know, how fast do things happen in the colony sim? I'm thinking that I'm going to have to slow it down quite a bit so that the player can react to things, right? And that might include the day-night cycle. I may need to slow that down quite a bit. But also, at the same time, I don't want your colonists to just be, like, asleep forever. You know what I mean? That can be kind of boring. And then does your character sleep? I don't know. I don't know the answer to these things yet. Night is dark, which can also be a small problem when it comes to gameplay. Yeah. Also that. Yeah, I really like this terrain noise because it creates some very nice terrain. How many entities do we have now? At least 200. So I've spawned 980 entities, and we're still rocking 70, 80 FPS here. Are you making a game? I am. Nom nom nom. Bell the hemp. Yeah, so that's one of my nicer seeds. That's one of my nicer seeds that I've found. What was I on? I think I was on like let's just do 530. It was 530. Okay, so there's another one. Here's another one with larger mountains. There's a zone entrance chunk right there. The giant cave system here. Where did my guy spawn at? Just like on the side of this cliff here. Where was that cave at? I already missed it. So it's right over there. I'm interested to see. Can 100 versus 100 people on MMO fight in UE5? Can you explain if you're professional? I am curious why all new MMORPGs are trash. Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Your citizens do not necessarily relate to each other. It's not about Unreal Engine. Like whether or not how many people you can have in combat in a single location doesn't matter what the engine is, right? It matters what you do with it. But that is a difficult technical problem to solve. In any fidelity, whether that's a high fidelity or low fidelity, you know, like MMOs of old solved that, but it was at a very low fidelity, right? Still difficult. That is not why MMOs suck nowadays. We were actually kind of just talking about that before you showed up not too long ago. We were reading some Kevin Jordan comments. Kevin Jordan was the original class designer in World of Warcraft. And I was saying what he always says that the newer MMOs forget is the social experience. And, you know, I've said the exact same thing. Like, that's the reason players are playing an MMO is for the social experience. And these game companies, these publishers, these business people are just focused on making something really flashy. And they're not focusing on the social aspects of the MMO because that is the evergreen content. That is what keeps people coming back. If there are not other players, then the game's not fun. It doesn't matter how good the art looks, you know, it doesn't matter. And so business people think they can also just throw money at an art department or a programming or any single department and make a good game. Well, you can't. Like, you need the social aspects of game design. So I think that is a big reason. But even beyond that, I think some of the gameplay is no one's doing anything new or exciting, right? But the social part is why these games lack longevity, I believe. Why there's no variance in the experience. You can do any single player if it's only graphics. I don't know what you're saying. Oh god. Okay, we're just gonna fall straight down the cave. Here we go. See if I fall through the world. Boink, boink, boink. Ugh. Wow, I am like so deep in this cave now. Holy shit. Now, this is a deep boy. Now, I wish the destructible terrain worked well enough that I could like dig my way out of this, or that my building system worked well enough that I could build my way out of this. You Yankee bro, dude, I don't know what you're saying. I need you to try again. Go ahead and try again for me. I think it's a very cool picture here. Yeah, so this is a good seed. I like this seed. Rock climbing picks like ice climbing ones. Yeah, that could be interesting. Although I don't know, like climbing to me, I don't know that I want climbing in my game. It's like if you think of a game like Breath of the Wild, like I don't know, the climbing mechanic, like yeah, it was cool to be able to climb over anything in the world, but like it wasn't very fun gameplay. It wasn't very engaging gameplay. My thumb would just hurt from pressing forward and chugging stamina potions to get up the fucking mountain or whatever. So I don't know that I want climbing just because it's I kind of feel like it's not a fun game mechanic, and I feel like usually I think it usually just resulted in you skipping content that would have been more fun. Because like there's always like some mountain, and it's like there is a path that you can go up the mountain, and that path has like enemies in it. It has like, you know, things to do, right? Resources to gather, whatever. But or you could just brute force the problem, chug a bunch of stamina potions, and climb straight up the mountain to the top. And it's like, okay, I'm just pressing forward for like 5 minutes when I could be taking, you know, the more scenic route. And I feel like that actually, to me, it kind of, like I love Zelda and like the puzzles and stuff, and being able to climb over everything just felt like the world wasn't as fun in that way, when there wasn't like a specific way to solve the problem or to get to the place or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if I want climbing in the game, because I don't feel like it's, like I feel like digging a path so that it can be reused, or building a path, spending resources. I think those are more fun and engaging ways to get out of a cave or something. Just jam every game mechanic of every game in there. Okay. I'm on it. I don't know about Conan Exiles. I'm not familiar. Could you use stamina potions in Conan? I'm not sure. It's been forever. Yeah, not sure. I assume you're saying they had climbing in that game. Yeah, I just don't think it's not fun. You know, it's not a fun game mechanic. So I'd rather have different ways of traversing that are actually fun. And less like brute forcey, you know. Like I want, like if in Breath of the Wild, when you looked at like the mountain versus the path, you're like, okay, I could take the long way, or I could just hold my thumbstick forward for a few minutes. It's like, yeah, you pick the shitty option, which is just holding your thumbstick forward. And so I'd like to disincentivize that a little bit more, where it's like, okay, I could dig a path up the mountain, or I could build some stairs up the mountain, which have a higher reward, right? Like higher commitment, higher reward though as well. That feels better to me. Limited so you couldn't climb forever. Yeah, I think I will probably need to have some limited climbing, just because of the terrain fidelity, like, because it's very difficult to navigate, and I'll have to work on the terrain generation a little bit more. But like, even like I can't get up there right now. What happened here? Oh, my pathfinding failed, but I think you get my point. I can't. The terrain is hard to traverse with my current moving system. What's wrong with the South USA? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really want to engage with that kind of brain rot, whatever that guy was talking about. Anyways, I need to get back to working on hauling here. I think I'm going to take a quick little siesta here, quick little break. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to probably take my doggies outside. I will leave you all. What will I leave you all with? I'll leave you all. I will leave you all. I hate things like jetpacks, waystones, Electra. Yeah, like, I don't even know if I want a glider. You know what I mean? Like, I get that it's fun, but it trivializes the world too much. But yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Oh god. Oh my god, did I spawn in a... Okay, so this is completely ocean. Completely ocean. Which I did fix, but I have a limit on how far it can be fixed. At some point you just have to generate a new new terrain. But I'll be right back. So I'm gonna take a quick break. And I'll be right back. Cuts out horses, boats, minecarts. No one touches them once they have flight. Yeah, yeah. Like the trivialization of the world just you know, makes it irrelevant, all those systems that were previously in the game. But yeah, BRB. Thank you for your patience. Apologies. I am back. Hello. Okay. Where am I at? Where am I at? Should grab some more water. Okay. Yeah, I need to work on hauling. So let's get back to working on that. God, why the nav mesh is so bad, man. Very bad. Yeah, so we were working on trying to get the interact actions set up for like. Oh no, I was doing the inventory. Trading between the inventories. So yeah, building container. Building container. Where am I? Here we go. So I need to trade item. Yes, yes. Interacting character inventory. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, that's the yeah, then I need to get the actual inventory component, which we will just do that. That should handle it if it's null or not. So we don't need to worry about that. Item to trade. So slot index, we're gonna go -1. Now, when that happens, I need to handle that scenario. Because there is get first, get. I thought there was like a get first empty slot or something. Right? I haven't worked with my inventory system in some time. What is add to contents? I know. Oh, I add to inventory already. Oh, great! It already handles it. It already add to contents if that is insert at index. Yes, if it's not equal to index. Okay, it already handles it. Wonderful. Okay, ignore that. Item to trade. So let's get the store item. Interact action. Get item to store. Pop that in. Quantity is just whatever the quantity of that is. What's the number next to your CAN for? Oh, that's just the count of the key press count. Okay, so that's all I need to do there. And then let's set up the give item now too. So we'll want to do basically the opposite. Basically the opposite. So this, if I'm giving, oh, I think I did it backwards the other way. I think I did it backwards on the other one. Item to pick up. And then I need to, this inventory, if I'm giving item, wait. Oh, I'm giving item to this inventory. Yeah, so we need to flip this. I did do it right the other way. We need to flip that. Right. Okay, so that's set up. So now our interact, these are what get called when we interact here with the appropriate action. So those are set up for interaction now. We can now theoretically place and take. Now I can't do it as a player, actually. I need to set up that differently. So I'll need to actually like click and drag and stuff. We'll do that in a second, I think. We'll do that in a second, I think. So I guess now there is the haul inventory handler. Let's add this to the colony entity data. Set that up, tie those together to the proper task type here. So we have... Yeah, I need an action. Wait, am I using this? How am I using this? So, oof. Yeah, this should not be set up by interact action. This should be set up by colonist task type. We can do that. That should be straightforward. So we go here, task to handle dot task type, get colonist task handler. We'll need to change that to E colonist task type. There we go. And then here, we can do a little UEnum shenanigans. We will go UEnum get value as string. That should be good there. Okay, so now we've got that wire back up. So we will need to rebuild there, but let's also work on the all inventory handler logic. So I wrote this down earlier. Let's take a peek at this. What did I write down? And where did I write it? Hauling. F colonist task. Yeah, so let's, do I work on the hauling or just the haul? Let's do haul inventory first. Actually, here. So we'll just be able to tell him to haul his inventory. And I think that's just going to work the same. Yeah, we're going to need to do the same kind of things. Haulable items, get haulable items in inventory, and then we're just going to need to get the first. Now, is there a target version of this? I don't think so. I don't think you can actually target. There is no target task type for haul item in inventory. Because usually the target task type is for when you like select something in the world, and you can't really select a player or a colonist's inventory. So I don't have to worry about that. So let's just focus on just like the, I think there's only really one. This is kind of, there's really only one type for this, I think. We get haulable items in inventory. I wrote this function. I guess I don't actually know that it works yet. Inventory contents, what am I doing? If desired inventory contents contains the item tag. Oh, I need to do an else add here. If it doesn't contain that, then we add it as well. Add it to haulable items. And let me reserve memory in that. Equal to the amount of inventory contents. And I won't need all of that memory, but this will be a slight performance optimization. Very slight. Return haulable items. Okay, so we have the haulable inventory items. And then I just need to find the closest storage for them. Item hierarchy, utils. Peak stream title, thank you. Welcome in. Haulable inventory items. So I need another function for, I guess this is like a colony utils kind of thing. I think this belongs in colony utils. Get closest within area. Get closest what? Oh, that's the area building. Yeah. Okay, so I think there is a building utils that I might be able to reuse, right? I think I can reuse some of the functionality in there because they should be buildings in the colony. Yeah, a lot of area functions there. Store item in area, get valid storage spots. Yeah, I started writing all that, and I haven't even tried to use them yet. Okay, so I think what about the construction handler? Don't I query? How do I query the? Oh, I do use get closest within area. It is. I'm doing an area overlap query here. Oh, that's for the that is for the yeah. That's for the area. Get construction belongs to colony. Get construction candidates. Okay, so I'm just putting it on the colony controller. That's where it was. That's where it was. Get buildings by class. Now I could just write a utils function for this. Yeah, it's a counter for the button. Yes. Num buildings created per class. What am I using? Wait, what did I create that for? Oh, that's for the nickname thing. Yeah. So I'm trying to decide if I want a utils function for this or if I want to put it on the colony controller. I think I want a utils function for it. I think that makes more sense. So this is going to be static. It's going to return a building object actor pointer get closest storage. I don't know what I'll need for this. I will need an entity location for sure. I will need the list of items to store. Right, so I need a T array to my item pointer. That'll be the inventory contents. That'll be the haulable items. Haulable inventory items. Return object types, that doesn't matter. Ignored objects, I don't think I need that. The filter function, I don't need that. The task to handle, I'm not sure. I do need the colony entity data though. I'm thinking that's maybe all I need. Like colony entity data, colony data, and the items to store. It closest storage. So let's check if there is no colony data or items to store is empty, just return null pointer. I'll return null pointer here just to get it to leave me alone. So colony data belongs to colony. Say auto colony. So we have the colony. And I can say if we don't have a colony, return null pointer there. Then I can go, let's do a for each over do that blank for now actually. So I want colony, I can actually capitalize it properly. Colony. Colony, get is it on the, oh, is it colony data on colony? Get buildings by class. So I need to get all of the storage areas and all of the containers. Get buildings by class. Now the container, I don't have a class for that, nor do I have the area building. Building type is what I'll need to use. Building type. Oh, I have area there. Nice. Do I have container? Those are both important distinctions. Okay. So get buildings by class. I think I want a get buildings by type as well. By type. E building type. Building type. So write that. And so I will need to. I'm storing them by class, but I guess if it's a type, I need to. Yeah, I can't really do it by class then, can I? All right, we loop over every building, I suppose. Okay, for each building in buildings. If building dot oh yeah, I store them by class. I forgot about that. So I need to double loop for each buildings dot building set. What is it? Oh, building dot buildings. I can't believe I called it that. Oh no, it's buildings dot value. Building that building. If building a building object actor pointer. If building type is it it's in building data. Building data dot building type equals building type. We will add it to the output array. Buildings, and I should probably, yeah, we should output by ref here. So we save on memory and copying potentially. Out buildings. Okay, so we're gonna out buildings, make sure we reset that, yeah. And then return, not return, just out buildings. Building here. What is building here? Out building, wait, what? Oh, I'm appending instead of add. Duh. Duh. Okay, so that's that. What are you mad at here? Ah, it shouldn't be blueprint period. Yeah. Okay, so we can get buildings by type now. By type. So I will want to do one of these with area. Auto, or we'll do T array, a building object actor pointer areas, get buildings by type for area areas, and then another one for T array of a building object actor, not overlaps. This is containers. Get closest storage. This should maybe be called get best storage. Get closest best storage, because it's both. I need the closest storage for the best storage for the closest the closest and best, I suppose. Besties. Okay. Containers, colony. Dude, the AI just has zero idea what I'm fucking doing here. Container, containers. Okay, so for each I guess I don't care. I could put these in the same container, or the same array. Moving quite a lot of memory around here, though. But oh well. It'll just make it easier for me. I'll just call it storages. Or storage building. In the storages. Maybe let's call that storage. Call it storage buildings. I guess I'll need a pointer to keep track of closest best storage equals null pointer. So I'll say if we don't have one of those, closest best storage. I guess I need to make sure that this is a valid storage building for each item type. So yeah, this is going to be a n squared time complexity operation here. So it's not going to be the most efficient of things, but this... Will this run on the game? Well, ooh, this could run on the game thread. This could run on the game thread. So maybe I'll want to make sure I only do this when set to in progress. That way it'll happen on the background thread. Because this does get called from from Blueprints. Should be game thread stuff. So for each storage building, I will need a function for getting if this storage building can store the an item. So I'll need to for each items to store. Oh boy. Yeah, this is going to be a gnarly function. Item to store. I'll need a function colony utils static bool. I need a get best. I need to loop through the item. I need to loop through the item first. Then I need a function for this item. Get the best storage for it. So I think this may be just called a building object actor get best storage. Taking in storage buildings. And then maybe I'll write a function for get storage buildings. So storage buildings and a single UMI item. Item to store. And then let's write a function for get storage buildings. On the colony controller, get buildings by type. Does that go on the colony controller? Or does that go in? That's maybe, yeah, colony utils. Get storage buildings, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what purpose where I should use statics or members for the colony controller, right? It's relevant in here, so I'm going to continue to use it in here. Static, this is going to be a T array. No, it's not. Get storage buildings. Yeah, and the output ref there. And so we are going to do this bad boy. wait. Storage, yeah. Basically put that there. If there's no colony data, just return. And so let's just do containers. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. And then make sure to empty that. And storage buildings append the containers. And so I don't need to get the storage buildings over and over again. Storage buildings, get storage buildings. And so we will do best storage, get best storage. There we go. Kind of a shitty inline if there, but I think it looks fine. Okay, so now we're getting the best storage for this particular item. So I think what this means is I need to get this is get highest priority storage building with enough space for the item. Yeah, we can just early return there. And this can just be the doc comment. I'll say returns the highest priority storage building with enough space for the item. And so loop through each building. Storage buildings. So I need a function for if it's allowed. If this storage building, first of all, I need to make sure that they're all, I'm just going to assume they're all valid. We're going to assume they're all valid, okay? Oh, now here's a good thing. I need to, getting the area data. I have no way to get the actual desired storage for the container. So I may need to reuse the thing I used for the area data. Which was, I think it was called just get area building data. Yeah, get area building data. Which now is just getting, it's just a store, it's really feeling like just a storage thing. Where is area data? Allowed task types. Yeah, that's really the only thing on the area building data. So we're gonna need to go ahead and change that. We're gonna need to go ahead and change that to something that makes sense for storage. Really all I need is the allowed storage settings. And the, what is it? Is it item hierarchy utils that I put? Or is it building utils? I think it was in building utils. Store item in area, yeah. Get valid storage spots. Wow, yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna have to use that for the areas. Yes, I am. So first of all, we'll need to switch on the storage building
building data dot building type equals area. Area versus container. F area building data. Building bounds, no, building data. And then I also need to storage building get area building params, which takes in that stuff. Which should probably be dataized in some regard. Like, put in some struct, I mean. And then I would want to get valid storage spots. Building utils. Get valid storage spots. Get valid, oh. Get valid areas for colony task. That's gonna be important. That has to be called from blueprints, though. So anyway, get valid storage spots. I will need to pass in the storage building, which is the area. Closest to location. Yeah, so I guess getting the best storage for something, there could be multiple best storages, right? So yeah, the best one is often the one that would be closest as well. Get best storage closest to location. We're gonna have to pass that in. Voxel transforms. Oh god, this is where am I calling that from? Yeah, it's not being called yet. I have to pass in all of the voxel transforms. This function might be overkill for what I'm trying to do. Should I cache this information about the about these areas are kind of rough. Let's not worry about areas yet. Let's not worry about areas yet. We're just doing containers right now. We're gonna forget about that. Areas are fucking rough, man. Oh. That's gonna be a whole saga to get those work now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. Anyways, containers. Containers should have a priority too. There should be priorities on containers. There should be desired items on containers. I need to come up with something that represents, I need some container data, basically. Storage data. Which is these two things.
Once include storage data dot generated header use struct f storage data. I don't think I can forward declare those, but we're gonna, god damn it, we're gonna try. Edit anywhere, blueprint read write, F storage data. Okay. So that's gonna need to get wired back up, but yeah, I'm gonna need to have a function that takes in some storage data struct and outputs whether or not a function or an item can be stored in here. And so there is an item hierarchy utils component of that. God, now these are looking quite similar. This is just, this has a location on it. This has a location on it, which is really needs to be some, there needs to be some abstraction to what is stored in a thing. So the area stores items in a physical world space location. These containers store things in a slot, like in just an index and an array, essentially. So this is making me think interface. Then they can each define their own storage data struct or something. Basically, I just need like a get allowed storage settings and then get stored items. And a can item fit, basically. Has space for item, can item fit in the inventory or something. Which this is what I have the inventory component for mostly, but the inventory component is a wrapper around the, I'm wondering if there is some implementation of the underlying inventory that I can use. It's like the inventory component is so index based, so slot index based. I would have to like template the component for like whether or not it because this is keyed by F vector, which is a world location, versus the inventory that would be keyed by like an N32. Like I would need to like template the the fucking component, which wouldn't work for blueprints. Can't do templates in blueprints. What would I want to do for that? Because yeah, now I have these two different systems. They're colliding. I could just write two different functions for it. Yeah, what do I want to do here? God damn, I'm 7 hours into the stream almost. That's nuts. That's a lot of streaming. Oh boy. Yeah, an interface is probably going to be the easiest way to work within the systems that I have if I don't want to repeat myself. And actually undo this change. I'm now no longer confident that that's the move. Now no longer confident that that's the move. Storage data, I can delete that actually. Yeah, I do need, I guess just, I could just make it on the building object, like just get can fit in, I could treat my building object actor as the interface. I think that would be the easiest way to do it with what I have right now. I don't know if that's what's best. I don't know if that's the prettiest solution. Because I'm going to change all of my building actors into instant static meshes. Yeah, I didn't realize figuring out like the closest. I could just do a naive implementation of this to start out with. Yeah, to start out with, I could just get the closest get the closest storage. So yeah, this would just return the closest container. The container has like desired and allowed inventory types, which the default for that should be infinity of everything, which I guess I now need some way to display infinity in that interface. Yeah, so maybe we don't worry about that right now, because I don't even have the UI to allow, because I would wanted that to default to just anything, right? I don't even have the UI for that. I'll need to think about that. So for now, we're not going to do areas. For now, we don't even have what we need for that. So hauling this is actually going to be a big thing. I mean, we might be able to get a really simple version of it working here. Yeah, we're just going to get the closest one. I don't have data for like if it's allowed or anything like that. So yeah, we're just going to do that for now. That is get best storage. I will need the get best closest storage. I need you to pass in a closest to location as well. You can just forward that on through if you would be so kind. If there is a best storage, so I need to do this for each item. So I'm going to do the same exact thing here. Best storage distance. If dist less than best storage. Closest best storage equals best storage, otherwise dist. Okay, so now we've done that for every single item that we have to haul. Update the declaration of that, the signature, thank you. Go back here, so we have the function for that ready to go. I think colony utils, get closest best storage. Building object actor, closest best storage. Nice. Kind of hallucinated the name there. We want colony data. Closest to location. entity location. So now we have a closest best storage. Now I don't actually want to run this in the build haul inventory task. I probably want to run that in a status change here. In progress, moving to none started. Where do I use that at? In the process task. I don't actually update it there. And I want to do the same check here. Does that mean I'm going to be doing multiple bindings now? Binding to the status change? It might. But if we have it started, then I need to do this. I'm going to say only do this when the only do this on started status change so that we don't run this code on the game thread. Basically. And so here's where if closest best storage, no storage found, failed the task. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. That's going to be my else though. Else. Otherwise, interact with, oh, I don't even build the interact action here, which I suppose I need to. Suppose I need to. You store item action. Action. Make the action, do that, store item action, make sure we're casting it. Okay. So store item action. But that does get set to the task to handle thing. And then that should get picked up by the process task system. Then I do closest best storage. I don't even know the item to store right now either. So that needs to output the item as well as the storage that it should go to. But I wonder if I should just have the Now, I guess the interaction on this item. So this is store item interact with object equals closest best storage. Do an entity subsystem vlog here. Vlog entity error. No storage found. Basically. Oh, hello, it's a game dev. Oh, hello. Hello there. Okay, so yeah, I don't know which item at this point I need to be hauling because my function that I just wrote doesn't return that. And now that's making me think, like, when a colonist interacts with a storage, is that going to be like a single item per interaction? Or just every item that goes in that storage should get put there? I kind of think that it should be, because I'm planning on doing like animations and stuff for these interactions. So I'm kind of thinking that like doing the animation for each item that they're putting in there could be kind of nice and flavorful, right? Like if they're just like, you know, just touching they go and like they just like kind of bump into a container, and then everything in their inventory just gets put in that container. Like it should take a little bit longer if you're putting multiple things in there, right? I think so. But yeah, maybe I can keep it like a one interaction to one item put in there, and you can do like a whole stack of an item. That's fine. One item slot, I think. Yeah.
Okay, let's...
Ads. So yeah. I think I'm probably gonna hop off pretty soon though, because I've been streaming for about 7 hours. We're just gonna look at the world a little bit here. Try to find some more cool seeds or something. Kind of a boring seed. New seed. 533. What genre of game I'm making? I am making a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. So here's the procedural terrain system that I've made. Here's me on the edge of a nice deep crater here. Oh Jesus. The tree's just spawning in right on top of me. But yeah, I've been working on the colonist task system. I just like refactored it, and now I'm like working on like hauling and stuff, so like I can get them to, I guess, just forage and construct for now. So join my colony. Let's construct just anywhere. Yeah, I'll go over there, construct the foundation for me. Go over here, construct it, you know. Let's get rid of these trees here. Dynamic tree chopping, which I think is cool. Deforms it at runtime. Ignore the material mismatch there. But yeah, so you can chop it high or low, or anywhere actually. How did that end up in the sky? Typical indie physics. How are your NPC behavior trees? I use state trees. Get in there. And I just kind of reworked it. I had like a whole colonist task system, and then I realized each kind of interaction that was happening within a colonist task is kind of something that an NPC should be able to do whether or not they're in a colony. So I rewrote it to have like some interaction tasks and stuff like that. Here's one such state tree. Here's like a sub tree for when they get hangy. Still kind of in the beginning stages of it. But I wrote my own ECS system, so my state trees tick on the background thread. They just run entirely on the background thread. Like right now I have, let's see here. How many do we have? I have about 1,000 entities spawned in the world and all running right now. So they're all actually vertex animated instant static mesh right now. And then when you get close to them, they turn into actors. So when that shadow shows up is when he turns into an actor, right? So they all run on the background thread pretty much. The only thing right now that's not happening on the background thread is moving the ISM instances, really. Everything else happens on all the animation is done entirely on the GPU because the animations have all been baked into textures, so effectively free. So yeah, I'm planning to have the whole world running at once. Like, you know, I'm not going to do any of the sphere of influence type things. Or at least I'm going to try to. We're going to see. But yeah, we're still running like, you know, 70-ish, 70 to 80 FPS right now. 1,000 entities spawned in there. I'm not too familiar with the difference between behavior trees and state trees. Thought they were the same thing. So state trees are like a newer thing in Unreal Engine. They're still under like active development, but they're a lot more efficient. This is what a state tree looks like. And the difference between them is that the state trees, like, you set up specific transitions, you know, and specific failure conditions, and like you write specific tasks for like, hey, go here when this task succeeds, go to this state when this task fails or succeeds, and then you can specify whether or not they should tick. And I kind of wrote, I'm using my own ECS system, so I wrote my own like state tree processor to do this, and then I wrote my own state tree like context and stuff. So I actually have a few of my own pieces of functionality in here for like whether or not they should return. I have like tick rates, like I have a tick state tree every half second here. So this is like on moving to interactable. It'll check for if there's an update, if it should transition every half second, right, instead of every frame. So they're a lot more performant, even without some of the stuff that I wrote around them. They're a lot more performant than behavior trees, which tick every single frame, right? I initially started with behavior trees, and I realized, like, dude, I had like 5 people running around. I was like, dude, this is already tanking performance. And that was back when I was just using actors for everything. So I went on a long journey to, like I said, write my own ECS system, and now everything runs in the background threads, and I got thousands of entities and stuff like that. So state trees being part of that. If I use behavior trees, I mean, I would need an actor for each behavior tree. So that's already one limitation, but I would need an AI controller, right? I don't use AI controllers at all. So yeah, there are different implementations to solve the same problem. I prefer conceptually state trees. They're a little rough. The state tree itself is a little rough around the edges because it's still under development. But conceptually, it makes a lot more sense. Like, I found the behavior trees very idiosyncratic, right? A lot of different peculiarities and specificities that they had. You know, and you had to figure out like what, you know, do a sequence versus selector, and it goes left to right, and then you got to make sure you finish the task. You know, I found them very wonky to work with, the behavior trees. So I like the state trees a lot more. They have their own idiosyncrasies, but conceptually, they make a lot more sense to me, and they're more efficient. So there you go. Will the NPCs sync with multiplayer? Will this be multiplayer? Yeah, I intend to. It's right now the NPCs are not replicated at all. I only really have the player replicated, so I need to dip my toes back into that. But I do want you to be able to play with friends and stuff like that, a la like Minecraft, you know? Kind of like that. New seed. I feel like AI will never replace a programmer because you need to verify the implementation and testing that the AI generated, and only someone who understands code can do that. Yeah, it's not there yet, too. Like, you know, I've dabbled in AI. I use AI for some things. You know, it's nice for some things. Oh, I spawned in a cave this time. Spawned in a cave this. Oh, in a giant crater. I don't even know if I can get out of here. Yeah, probably not. But yeah, I've used AI a good bit, and I've seen everyone talk about vibe coding and stuff like that. And yeah, it's not there yet. Anyone who's vibe coded a project started it from scratch, and probably prompted by behavior rather than implementation, which is an important distinction, right? When you prompt by behavior, you're saying, hey, I need an application that does this. When you're in the early stages of an application, AI is very good at doing that. You can very quickly get a piece of software off the ground and you can let AI take the reins, and it will do things to the code base and make it happen. From my experience, though, in any type of mature code base, with, you know, as it matures, it's going to get more and more specific business logic. It's going to have specific systems in it that work a specific way. Unless the AI is able to understand all of that context, which it's not there yet, it can't. It'll start to fuck up your code, right? It's gonna start to make really bad implementations and really bad decisions, and it will straight up not be able to solve some things because of that. And even if it does solve some things, it won't be able to. It'll, you know, solve some things, but it'll fail on others. And that's if you're prompting by behavior, right? If you're saying, hey, I want this behavior to be exhibited by the application. But if you prompt by implementation, you'll have a lot more success. But when you prompt by implementation, you're going to have to say, hey, take this function, do this in this location, use this code here. You're basically like, you're writing the design doc effectively, and you might as well, like, only for the chance of it being wrong at the end, like, you're gonna have to give it so much context, so much prompt, you know, you're gonna have to pre-write a bunch of stuff, only for it to run for like 5 to 10 minutes and then inevitably be wrong. And you're gonna also have to review all the code that it output. Like, that takes time. It's harder to read code than it is to write code, actually, when you get to that level. And so it's just not worth it when you get to a complex scale and stuff like that at that point, right? Great for getting stuff off the ground. Great for, like, you know, you can prompt singular functions, right? Like, I have some math utils. Here. Like, I've done like a just getting a triangle centroid, right? Like, I don't know the math for that off the top of my head, right? You know, a line mesh intersection, you know, some of these, like, these were all like prompted, right? I prompted these. A DDH reversal algorithm, like, you can tell AI wrote this one. It's got the AI comments on everything. Right, for these generic things that I don't really care to learn, and they're very specific, right? And these algorithms have been solved 1,000 times over. You know, trilinear interpolation, box cylinder overlap, and oriented box-to-box intersection. Like, these have all been solved like 1,000,000 times over, right? And so if you don't need if you don't need an implementation that works specifically with your system, and you need the generic solution to a specific problem, AI is really good for that. Using ChatGPT as a syntax tutor, and also getting over the terminology hump that was blocking me from learning programming. Yeah, great for that kind of stuff. You know, the more general the knowledge is as well, is what it's good at, right? Like back when it first came out, which was what, 3 years ago, which is about when I started in Unreal Engine. 3 years ago. So yeah, it was helpful to give me some C++, you know, syntax help. It was nice for that. Just getting, you know, how do I get a fucking component again? And that's like basic level stuff, you know. It's really nice for that. But I don't need help with that anymore. You know, I've been working with it long enough that I don't need it to give me the little tiny basic stuff anymore. I'm just gonna write it myself, right? So yeah, it's just not there yet. It's, for me, for the most part, they're like, I think for refactors it can be nice if there's a really specific refactor that's kind of tedious. It's like high tediousness, low complexity things, also very good at, you know. I was able to ask the truly stupid questions and get a response that all beginners ask. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that, like, I don't know, I guess I've just gotten really good at Googling that kind of stuff over the years. I mean, that's how, I don't have a degree or anything, so that's how I learned how to write code. So that's always my de facto, you know. I can Google something and find, like, some syntax level question and find the answer on Stack Overflow probably just as quickly as I could prompt for it. For the most part. So interesting. This is my meadows biome here. With my, like, it's my large hills terrain noise, but we're in a very small sliver road. We're actually, there's an ocean right next to us. This is actually supposed to be ocean. I haven't done ocean yet. That's kind of fun. So that's a different zone. And we could probably walk up this little mountain. Well, maybe, I don't know. It's a little steep. I don't know if we can get up it, but we might be able to. Then a zone entrance chunk right there. Let's see if we can walk up this hill here. Yeah, we can. Nice. Nice. So yeah, I've been streaming for over 7 hours now. I was gonna try and get hauling working, but it's gonna be a bit of a pain to get it properly working. I can get a bare bones implementation of it going, probably within a short amount of time. But I guess I need to think about, yeah, whether or not I want the one-to-one between an item to haul and the action, the interact action that happens. And so I think I need this to output the item as well. Yeah. Let's do my item pointer out item out item. And so I'll want to output that from yeah, I have the closest store. Yeah, so I want to grab this yeah, well, we will be setting the out item here. Yeah, so just set out item equal to item to store, and it'll need to be, I guess, a pointer ref, right? Which always feels weird to write, but yeah, that's how you do it there. Out item. So we've set that actually, and then I suppose I can just plop the item in there. So item to store, and so that should set that. No, you don't like that. Oh, because it's a raw pointer. So if I make this a raw pointer, is it, can I do that? Yeah, so it needs to be a raw pointer. I mean, that's fine. I don't care. Can I get, I guess I have to, if I wanted to use the, and I hear you should use T-object pointers. That is the word on the grapevine. I think you can do, what is it, .get. .get. Oh, that doesn't get the raw pointer? I suppose I should probably do... Okay, let's just make a... because this is being annoying, we'll do item to store. Gotta make it equal to null pointer first. We'll pass that in there. There we go. That works. How long have I been making games? Same amount of time I've been working in Unreal Engine on this project. So almost, it'll be 3 years here in a few months, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, three years ago, two and a half to 3 years ago, I started trying to learn Unreal Engine, trying to learn C++, trying to learn procedural generation, trying to learn game dev altogether. And here I am. Here I am. So yeah, we've actually got the action specified here. So have I wired everything up already? So we'll update the status. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we've got it all. Let's rebuild. That was a good way to start learning more of the implementation and perform part of mature code you're talking. You just got to do a lot of it. You just got to do a lot. You just got to keep building projects. Keep diving deep, you know? Keep giving yourself challenges and stuff like that. Building set, oh, it's because it's a T set? Are you serious? Wait, what is building set dot value here? Building set dot value should be the F building, yeah, set. Yeah, okay, I needed to do building set dot buildings. There we go. This is a building entry. Building entry dot value. Okay. Am I good now? I think we're good now. How long have you been making games? Did you start as a software engineer first, or did you go straight into game development? I've been a software engineer for almost 10 years now. I've been writing code for longer, but I was basically copy and pasting code before that. Somehow convinced someone to hire me. Dropped out of college, the whole thing. Wait, what am I doing here? What was I doing here? I was in the middle of writing something here. Tend to be more project oriented on my coding projects. Yeah, I mean, that's how I learned. Like, I dropped out of college, so I never liked the tutorial or course type of way of learning. I would rather learn by doing. That's how the information actually solidifies for me. Like, if I don't use it, I'm not going to remember it, right? So I just figure out whatever the next thing is that I need to get the project done, right? That's how I learn best. So yeah, my first project was a World of Warcraft private server. So that's actually what got me into writing code. What was I doing here? Get first. Oh, I think I was trying to do get first available index, then I realized it was already done for me. But I already wrote it in the past. Pass me. Get first index. Yeah, I think that's what I was starting to write, and then I realized that add to inventory actually handles that by nature of the functions that I've written. Index equals to none. It'll insert it. Insert it there. So I think that was what it was. I think you're right, PSI. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, by the way. You start from ground zero and started learning Unreal Engine, like no prior programming experience. Yeah, well, yeah, that answers the question. Yeah, started as a programmer. I guess we can see if this works. I'm probably gonna get off. I don't know that I'll be able to figure this out, but I'm probably going to give me a new seed. We'll do a new seed here. It's probably not gonna work. Like, the chances of this working are very low. I'm gonna build a container. I'm gonna tell him to go forage for some things, and then I'm gonna tell him to haul his inventory, which, oh, I don't even have that wired up here yet. What is it? Task type selected? Well, shit. Handle task type selected. I guess it is the target type options. Handle task. Handle type. Handle task target selected. Build interaction for colonist task. Here we go. This is what I would need to do. Build haul inventory task. That is what I have been working on. And yeah, this is the kind of thing I need to store in the handlers array, so I need to change that over. But I guess if I just build that, it might work now actually. So I can probably haul anywhere. I'll need to do some changes on the UI side, but okay. First of all, I need to find a colonist, and he needs to get some mushrooms. Give me a green guy. I need a green. I need a greenie. There's one. He's got no name. That's okay. You don't need a name for what I need you for. Have I studied Iris? No. That's the networking thing. Okay. Join me. Your forage, just do within 20 meters. Oh, there was nothing within 20 meters. Gotcha. Nope, come back. Forage. 40 meters. Still nothing? Okay, come here. We're gonna go find you one. Come here. I will never understand the drag and drop graph thing. Designers are never going to understand the code you write. That's why you need an interface for them. Okay. Okay, there's some mushrooms here. I see them. Okay, well, there was some right there that I only could pick things up from inside the tree. That's nice. Where are you going? Uh-oh. Did he find something underground? Wait, where are you going? He did. Oh. Where's he going? Oh god, we're going on a fucking journey with this guy, I guess, now. We are going on a journey. Sir, where? Hang on, I'm just gotta pause here. Okay, pause, visual logger. We need to debug this a little bit. I don't know what entity that is. Hang on. Sir, come back. Sir. Oh, are you going to 0-0? You are. He just went to 0-0. Son of a bitch. Okay. Well, that answers that question. Okay, but you should have something in your inventory, right? You should have one. He has one mushroom. Hey, that's plenty. That is all I need you for. Wait a second. Did you just fucking eat it? Oh my god, you asshole. God damn it. Okay, come here. God damn it. Porridge. Yeah, do task, select target, come here. Go do that. I'd rather read code, to be honest, than the graphical interface, unless that's a unigraph. I do not, a UML graph, I do not understand that. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. Like, I prefer writing in code. There's a lot of limitations to the blueprint graph. But you gotta be willing to learn new things. Blueprint graphs are very nice for some things. They're very nice for working with UI. They're very nice for spinning things up quickly, prototyping, making rapid changes without having to rebuild the entire engine. You know, I can edit them at runtime and change them. They're very nice. When you tweak values, you can tweak them in a graphical interface, and you can design that interface, right? Like, it is, there are benefits to it. And the reason that I like it is I don't actually like writing code in the blueprint graphs, but I like having that option for the specific implementations of base functionality. If I need to customize those a little bit for each subclass or whatever, which would be a blueprint, that's really nice for that. But beyond that, it's just for designers, right? Like, if you were to be a game designer, you shouldn't have to write any code to do that, right? And so that's why you build these blueprints and let your designers interact with them, and they can have more power over them, because now they can also define some logic themselves. Like, all of the game design logic, right, can be powered by the blueprints. You write all your base functionality in C++, use the blueprints to kind of customize it, put the building blocks together. It's nice for that reason. And it's worth learning. And yeah, they're very, you know, if you do complex things in them, they're very hard to follow. It's very hard to follow. I think they're poorly organized. I think the editor kind of sucks sometimes at navigating around. But I can understand that it's nice for some things. He is looking there. Is he trying to do it? First of all, what entity are you? 99. Yeah, you'll hear me curse blueprints many a time in this channel. What is your interact action, sir? But see, look at this. This is really nice. This is really nice. You have a store item action. Interact with object is none. As an artist trying to learn code, graph was a good starting point to grasp the concept of classes and types of data. Yeah, 100%. It's an easy... It's almost like it's like a more useful and mature Scratch programming language, right? Where it is building blocks, but it you know, there's a lot to it still. And yeah, the concepts are almost one-to-one. Almost. And in the places where it's not, that's the part where I'm like, fuck you, blueprints. You can't do what I can do in C++, and I'm mad at you. I want to see what happens when we get here. If we ever do. Come here. I'm going to say do a task, call inventory anywhere. So he did not get there. He just ate what was in his. God damn it, he ate it again. He ate it again. Okay, well it's not working. And I need to get off and take a break. I need to go touch grass. Let me see if there's anyone on that I can raid. We got Kavino, we got Satolix, we got Churachomp. We raided Churachomp last. They are working in Unreal Engine though. Kavino, Goo Wizard. Maybe send you guys over to Kavino over on Twitch. Let's do that. A lot of programming books end up being the author trying to impress their buddies rather than actual teaching. It's also the kind of thing that doesn't last very long in a book, right? I've never read a programming book, I'll be honest. I learn by doing, right? I'll read, you know, if there's something worth reading, it's probably in some documentation somewhere or some white paper or something, you know. It's not going to be in a published book, at least for me personally. They go out of date quite quickly. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out today. I'm going to be hopping off for the day. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. I hope to stream a good long time tomorrow as well. And hopefully I can get storage working then. But until then, does Kavino have a YouTube? Hang on. Let me see if I can maybe raid on
What's
YouTube.
going on?
What's going on? Indeed. YouTube, does he stream on YouTube? He does. Wait, hang on. I didn't know he streamed on YouTube. Okay, let me see if I can set these live redirects up. I have 20 seconds before you all go over there. Shit. Okay. Customization. Live redirect. Add. No, I can't. Okay. I'll let him know when I get in there. So yeah, those of you on YouTube, we're going to go raid just Kavino. So if you're interested in checking him out, I'll throw that in the chat. You can follow over there. Live redirects, he has to like allow me to. It's like a whole thing. But that's where we're going over on Twitch. I'll see you guys later.